just go live. Just join our stream. It's okay.
We're live. Hello everyone, welcome
Hello.
to the stream. It is the 30th of March 2024. The UK clocks go forward tomorrow. So next week we will be an hour later for the US time zone folks. But it will be the same time for the UK.
Earlier.
And
we will have reduced the time difference between our nations. Unless you do not do DST, and then, yes, there will be a change.
This is why I don't like it. I'm not going to grumble about it because someone will be like, oh, do you want your kids to walk to school in the dark? And I'm like, okay.
I don't want kids!
Ugh.
Mine or others.
Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. We're doing work on Caradog's work PC again. It's not that we're out of ideas, it's just tinkering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sold more things.
Yes.
That's why.
Yes, Caradog has sold things and he's sold, and now he needs graphics cards in other places.
Absolutely.
So,
I sold things.
That got dark quickly. Zing. You've now confused all the international watch. Look, I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, I made a
However,
mistake.
our clocks go forward by... so we will be earlier. Yes, so we will be an hour earlier. Yes. And Caradog is adjusting.
There you go.
Okay, yes, there we go.
I noticed I was slightly fuzzy when I leant back. I was like, I'm a little
Yes.
close.
Yep. Everyone has immediately been like, focus! Good. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, good. Anyway, yes, happy Easter to everyone. Good. Okay, so we're watercooling this PC. So Caradog has sold his 4090, and so now that's your 7900 XTX?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the 7900 XTX.
Yes.
And Caradog wants to put that in his gaming PC at home, which means he needs a graphics card to go in here. So he's putting this is the 5700 XT 50th anniversary special edition Lisa Su, who is Lisa Su graphics card.
Yes.
But it is water blocked, so we're going to watercool the whole PC in order to put it in there. So
Yes.
we're watercooling this PC today.
Because for some reason the special anniversary edition came with a blower.
Yes, it came with a garbage cooler.
A horrifically awful blower as well.
Yes. Yeah.
150 Celsius is normal, they say. No, it's not.
Yeah. So yes, we're watercooling this, and I think the interesting thing about this one is we're kind of hoping that this is going to be a really nice loop, because unlike most of the other times where we're doing any kind of watercooling, theoretically this time there should be no jank. Like, we've got a nice pump res combo, and I've 3D printed a mount for it, so we actually have a nice mount for the pump and res for once. And just everything should go in nicely, and we should actually have what should be a slick setup in this is the plan.
Yes.
So
Indeed.
yeah.
And also just a case of we've done it a couple of times, so we're loosely aware of what we're doing.
Yes. Based on the last one we've done, like we feel like we actually have figured out water cooling now, because water cooling is not difficult in principle, but actually putting a loop together that isn't just a horrifying tangled mess is not always as simple as it looks. So just having the practice down for that, and actually having the right fittings on hand, and just getting the bleed set up right is, sometimes harder than it looks. So yes, it's all jank. How dare you, Si? So yeah, 4090 to a 7900 XTX is a bit of a downgrade. To an extent, but also it's just the other thing as well is that the 4090 is a hilarious, well, I was about to say it's a hilariously overpriced card, but that's not fair to say when it's the fastest card on the planet. When it's the fastest card on the planet, you can ask whatever price you want.
Yeah.
However, Caradog had an opportunity to sell it at a greater value for it than he brought it, and that's never a bad idea. Because it's very rare to make a profit on second-hand stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you have the opportunity to sell something for more than you bought it for, and you have another graphics card that is still Like, that's the fastest AMD graphics card on the planet. It's like, there's nothing to sniff at, so yeah. Imagine not wanting a Cthulhu-esque tentacle spaghetti pipe setup. I mean, that's a vibe in and of itself. But yeah.
It's not a vibe I'm going for on YouTube.
Yes. Yeah. Are you going to be including fill ports and drain ports? No, but I'm not super into fill ports and drain ports. I think it's just like, if you need to drain your loop, there's just, there's going to be a spot somewhere where there's going to be a pipe that you can disconnect and go into a bucket. And I'm not convinced that. I think fill ports and drain ports, to do that properly, takes up an unreasonable amount of space.
It certainly make loads of sense for like hard tubing, because obviously you can't move any of the components and stuff around to do it.
That's very true.
But obviously where it's all soft tubing, you can just unscrew the pump res and just go out the case kind of thing.
I think you're right there,
you can just move the rad and just kind of go
that's you're right. If it was hard tubing, that would be a lot harder to do. So in which case, you're right, a fill drain port would make a lot more sense.
And it's okay.
Yeah.
I have all the things that every early 2000s water cooling case needs.
Oh, it's true. You have things at the back, yeah.
I have the holes so you can have the external radiator.
You could have a Zalman resonator.
I don't have the £5,000 to buy one these days.
Are they worth a lot then?
I don't know. There's probably 7 still in existence that don't leak everywhere.
True, yeah. Hands up in the chat who remembers the Zalman resonator. But yeah. What rad do we have today? You put in the chunky boy in there.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're just lobbing in just the kit. Oh yeah, we've got that
Gold. One. Yep. I don't know. I don't think this will be big enough.
I was gonna say, I'm not. Yeah, that might not be big enough for a CPU and GPU combo.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I guess you'll have to put in the big boy.
Yeah, and it's a case of this is what it was built with last time anyway.
This thing is ridiculous.
The LC Solutions Coolstream PE 360.
Yeah.
Yes, because this is what it was built with last time. When we originally water cooled the PC with the predominantly EK stuff. I had this radiator, the EK block on the CPU and the EK block on the GPU through this, and it was fine.
Yeah.
And it's also a case of, fans at 100% solves all problems.
They don't have to be at 100% though.
No.
You could run them at 50% as a treat,
Sure, I guess. But
right.
What's more annoying? Fans that change speed or just fans at a constant speed?
Well, that I was saying to Caradog before earlier on this afternoon that I need to change at least one of the fans in my turret because it's got a busted bearing in it, and that's principally the reason. Is I kind of have a choice. Is either I can hear just a constant grumbling of a fan that's got a slightly dodgy bearing in it from my computer, or if I lower the fan curve low enough so they're in stop-start mode, when the computer is dead idle, it's dead silent and the front fans stop, but the moment something just pings the CPU and the CPU just jumps to 60 degrees for a moment, the fans suddenly click on and I get this and I'm like,
I have an Australian with a didgeridoo.
So yeah, I need to see if I can find just a single additional fan for it, or I'm going to have to replace the triple front intake, and I don't know how I feel about that because for the way I have that computer mounted, I can't really see the front fans.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to buy nice new fancy fans for it, but also I don't want to put crap fans in it because once in a blue moon when I go to a LAN party and I show up with my torrent, it's a looker. Everyone, when I show up at the LAN party with my torrent, everyone's like, "Wow, that's a pretty PC," So I kind of want to maintain that, even though I'm not looking at the front of it when it's at home. So yeah,
it might. I don't think it is, but it might be new enough for you to get a replacement.
I suppose I could just email Fractal, yeah. I suppose I could just email Fractal and say, hey, one of my fans is busted. Can you send me another one? Or, are they on sale somewhere so I don't have to, because obviously I'm fairly certain that I think they're unique to the torrent. So, yeah, I'm certainly not going to be able to find a single one. Yeah, unplug the faulty fan. Yeah, the thought had occurred to me is just to unplug the faulty one. It's a triple front intake. The top two are blowing through my CPU radiator, and the bottom one is just open and just blows into the case. But it's not needed because there are dual 180mm fans at the bottom blowing up into the graphics card. So that one at the bottom, that could just be unplugged and just left glowing. So the thought occurred to me was to move the faulty fan down to the bottom and just unplug it. And that might actually be a valid solution to this as well, because I don't know. I love the torrent, but also I've got that itch for a new case, but I don't need a new case, and there are other things I should spend money on.
Yes.
But because I'm an enthusiast, I like change. I like changing it up now and then. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, eBay for the torrent fans? Possibly. Yeah.
Or ask Fractal.
Yes, I will. Yeah, I'll do both. I think what I might do this weekend is just swap the fans around, because that just solves the problem for now. And yeah, I'll ping an email over to Fractal. But I mean, because of the kind of company that Fractal are, they may well be bros. It feels like they're the kind of company that would actually be interested in trying to sort a problem like that out.
Yeah.
So yeah. Height Y70. No. I don't like dual chamber cases. They're not my cup of tea. I understand why people like them, but I don't like them. It's not that I think they're ugly. I just have no interest in owning one. It's kind of like a Porsche. The Porsches are great, but it's not my cup of tea. I don't want to own a Porsche. I'll see one and be like, that's a really nice car, but it's not what I want to own. And it's the same with dual chamber cases. I'm like, it looks rad, I get it, and I understand why people like it, but it's not what I like. I like a traditional tower shape. So yes. Quentin says, Graham, I did LAN parties in the 90s and used to take a huge tower PC. You got bored of lugging around such a big PC and got a shuttle. Yeah, both of my gaming PCs. The funny thing is, the last time I went to LAN Raiders, which is the LAN series I go to, I actually brought my torrent, and I bought the Stream PC in the frame case, and I had the frame case on the bench as my actual gaming PC, and the torrent I had set up at the front of the hall with a VR system on it. So that was there kind of just as a showcase. So. But yes, I agree. It's a ball ache to lug around, and like the next case I buy will be a smaller one. But also, it does need to be big enough to fit a big graphics card in. So, yeah.
I did enjoy the frame with the 420mm liquid freezer.
Yes.
Stuck on the back.
Yeah,
and the 3090.
Yes, that's right. Because I rocked up with the 3090 and a 420mm. Liquid Freezer 2 zip tied to it, and yeah, it was incredibly funny. It was very good.
It was spot on. I thought it was great.
Yeah, it was very good. It was one of those like, this PC is far faster than it has any right to be kind of thing. It was probably one of the fastest PCs in the hall, and it was held together with zip ties. It was a look. And a lot of people were like, what is that? But they could see that there was a fuck-off huge graphics card and water cooler on it. And they were like, that looks sketchy as hell, but also I'm scared of it kind of thing, So, yeah. You'd like your Escort XR3i? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm a fan of the old Fords. I saw a Sierra Cosworth the other day. I can't remember where I was, but I saw one drive off up the street. And I was like, ooh, it's a Cosworth. And, yeah. I think they're cool when I see them. To truly be fast, you need to use speed tape. This is true. Node 804 is an amazing case. Yeah, like for cases, part of me kind of wants. I don't know what I want at the moment. Yeah, like at some point it might be interesting to sit down and just. I mean, maybe we'll do it while we're doing this stream. Is just to sit down and just talk about what cases I like at the moment. Like if I was to buy a new PC case tomorrow, what would I buy? Because I kind of like the Fractal North, but I don't know if I want to buy one. Also, I don't know if it's big enough for my 4080. And also, like I like the Landcool, but the Landcool is too heavy. It doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah.
It is slightly smaller, but because it's got dual-sided glass on it, like my Landcool 2, it is a bit smaller than the Torrent, but it is heavier than the Torrent is.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually solve any of the problems. So then you think, okay, well, Landcool 216 then, right? That's just the that's the lighter one because it's single-sided tempered glass and is just a bit less ostentatious. But also that's just not really very interesting. Also, I really like the Fractal Pop Air. I think that's a nice case, but also it doesn't feel like a boutique case. And I know that's really pretentious, but again, if we're talking about really cool cases, you know. So yeah. You're kind of bored with case options currently? Yeah. Fractal came out with the North XL. Yeah, I don't know how big
which isn't actually XL.
I was going to say I don't know how big it is.
XL is, as far as I'm aware, the same size as the Torrent Compact.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's XL, and it's like this big.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
Yeah, so because the regular North is a MIDI tower. Yeah. Like it's barely big enough for ATX, which is why I don't think I'd be able to use it.
Yeah, the North XL is like ATX plus like 4% sort of thing.
Oh, it might be right up my street then.
It is, I would say, not actually big enough.
Yeah. It certainly doesn't qualify for an XL badge.
Yeah.
You know. It's but the problem is just that's their naming convention at the moment.
It's more like normal, as Jason says, it's more like normal ATX size as opposed to small.
Just had a buddy of mine come to an issue where his PC wouldn't shut down. Issue with fast boot. Yeah, sometimes you get issues with fast boot. Yeah, it's probably something that would be solved with a clean install of Windows, but also fast boot is just generally unrequired anyway. So, you know, turning off fast boot is my recommendation anyway. I don't do it unless I have a reason to, but if you've got issues with start and shutdown and stuff like that, it's just like, disable hibernate, and it will just solve problems. Yes. Also, hello Page Cartoons. This stream today will be brought to you by Page Cartoons because I'm drinking Page Cider today.
Because I have a camera in their room. It's brought to you by them. Suddenly switches camera. Oh!
Say hi, Page. Yeah. Anyway, yes, we have the Fowey Valley castle door that's blowing out on camera, but which is a very light, light medium dry cider, which I'm very excited to try.
It is the castle's door,
and it came with a glass as well. So yes, I'm going to crack one of these open in a minute. Also we need to crack open that. I'm going to bust open that Hogan's, and is it Hogan's?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm just going to see who actually bought that Hogan's because I got it.
Have a box.
Ugh. And a crate of Hogan's showed up, and I don't know who it's from. So also at this point, it's worth saying, we asked and you guys delivered. So like, thank you in advance.
Excellent.
Last week we were like sort of just saying we're kind of low on cider, you know. No, we're not saying you have to or anything, but, you know, if someone wants to send us cider, yeah, thanks a lot, people. I always feel incredibly guilty when you're fishing, basically, you know. However, we asked, you guys delivered. Thank you very much. So yes, right, and I'm just gonna. Has this got?
Ah,
Oh, hold on a moment.
it's Rick. At.
Yeah, but it says Rick at Hogan's.
Yes.
Was that the same as last time? I
It
thought
was some other guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, so as in, like, we've got fans at Hogan's.
No, I'm presuming that it's packaged by someone
yeah.
and they scribble on it.
Okay, so this isn't the person who bought the cider. This was just the person who packed it and was just like, enjoy your drink. Yeah,
Yes.
okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Enjoy your beverage.
A beverage, yeah. Yeah. Yes, if anyone, let's see, yeah, I don't think we've got, I don't think we've got a name on this. So if whoever bought the Hogans wants to make themselves known, feel free to do so, and I'll just have to take your word for it. But yeah, what have we got?
If you tell us what's in the box.
Goes against the grain. I think it's another, it's another multi-pack.
Excellent.
This does mean that the weird salty one is going to be in there.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah. Not going to lie, we didn't like the salty one. Who is Lisa Su? Hello, Chris.
Excellent.
All right.
Whoop.
Da da da. But yes, thank you to folks for sending in cider. I quite like the look of this one, and also it's a 330ml, so I might have two as a special treat. Use the salty one in your cooking.
You know what?
It's not a terrible idea, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I would cook with cider, although I'm going to start cooking more stuff because I got a new cooker this week. My old cooker at home was garbage, and I complained to the landlord and was just like, okay, this is actually broken and not fit for use anymore. And also you put up my rent, so like I promised, I'm going to start finding things that are wrong around here. So yeah, I now have a new cooker, and now I've actually got hobs that are not awful. I actually have a flat top halogen hob now instead of ceramic boys. So suddenly I'm like, oh, I actually kind of feel like cooking. So that's nice.
Excellent.
Put it in the ultrasonic. Yeah. Cook pork
Funnily
with
enough.
cider. That's a good idea. I could buy some pork chops. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm into it.
Oh,
Yeah.
who tied up these cables?
So yes, hob, house of bricks, stovetop. Oh, right. I'm going to put the Hogans down here. Oh. And I'm going to bust open one of the castle doors. April Fool's is coming up. I'm prepared. The cool kids who are subscribers and in the Discord, the April Fool's video is actually available in the exclusive previews channel at the moment. So if you want to see my stupid April Fool's video, it is available in the exclusive room of the chat. Where are the... Oh, it's there.
Keep you.
So yes, welcome to people who are just dropping in at the moment. Today we are water cooling this PC. This is Caradog's work PC, and he's shuffling around graphics cards, and the only spare graphics card he has to put in here is a Waterblocked 5700 XT Special Edition. This is the Who is Lisa Su graphics card, hence the title. So yeah, we're water cooling this rig. At the moment, what are you doing at the moment? Just stripping back?
Just, shuffling the cables around and such.
Yeah.
Just because, like, obviously the XTX has 3 8-pins on it.
Oh yeah.
Whereas this has 1 8-pin and 1 6-pin, so I'm just tidying out the way, the PCIe cables and things like that.
Very well. Would you like a drink as well?
Yes. Have we got 4 of those?
Yes. Yep.
What
So
is,
you
what
are
is
welcome.
the description?
Yep.
Let us read the description. Medium dry cider, light and refreshing.
Do you want to try some before you
Castledore is
commit?
produced in a small cidery in Lost Witherell on the banks of the River Fowey.
In Cornwall.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, is this going to be one of those, things where it's actually like Froome? It's actually the River Froome.
Oh yeah.
Or something like that.
Mm.
It's medium dry and has a clean, fruity, well-balanced, refreshing taste with a little carbonation. Best served cold. Castledore is the name of an Iron Age fort just up the hill from our first orchard. Very well.
Mm.
Sounds good.
Cool. I'll crack
Where
one
are
and
you?
open them.
Do the thing!
I'm going to hammer a thog this one. That'll never not be funny. Like, yeah, we are in agreement that that's a G and not an R, right? You know?
I don't even know how you'd get that into being an R.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Like, so these Thor's hammer bottle openers, I'll just show one under the camera again, just so people who don't know the joke can have a look. Ooh. This is what is written on the side of them. That says Thog, right? I'm not going insane.
That is light.
Hammer of Thog, because Thor is probably trademarked. Face cam.
Very nice. Hammer of Tho 6.
The G is silent. Thor.
I know. References within references await you.
Right, I'm going to pour mine into a glass because I'm classy.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Who am I?
Oh, if this isn't a 330ml glass, I'm going to be... Oh, we're good. It's 3... Yep, we're fine. We're fine.
It's even got space for your ice cube.
It's true. This is a perfectly sized glass. I've got a I've got a Badger one of these at home as well. All right.
What are we doing?
The bottle cap can thug off. Yeah. Thug is built in Scottish Gaelic. I see. You didn't wash the glass? It's fine. It's just got a little cardboard in it.
It's okay. It only has 2 prehistoric diseases in it. Unlike my coffee mug.
It's very sweet smelling.
What are you? You. If that goes in there,
That's quite a bright floral taste. This is very much a summer. This is very much a summer cider. This is barbecue cider kind of thing. Are you laughing at me trying to be pretentious, or?
No, I'm just imagining you describing it as barbecue cider and someone going, "Doesn't bloody taste like barbecue."
Yeah, and I don't mean like it tastes of barbecue. Literally, like this is the kind of cider you would want to drink sitting in a garden in the sun with friends and a barbecue kind of thing. You know, because there are some ciders where you're just like, this is a winter thing that you drink in a pub. And there are some ciders where it's just like, oh, this is a summer outdoor thing that you want to drink out in a beer garden with your mates, kind of thing. So yes, and bright is that's partly just from the carbonation, but also it's sweet and tangy and fizzles slightly, kind of thing. So yeah, yes, it is good. I like it. So yeah, Adamant IT barbecue when? Summer is coming. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Don't know. We'd have to figure something out. I don't know how many people would be in range, but.
What? Why are you there?
Something to think about.
I have discovered a random screw that I'm uncertain as to why it's there.
I mean, it's one of your computers. I'm not questioning random screws at all.
Is this? Do you think from previous crimes?
Probably, yeah. I'm gonna guess so. Yeah.
Where we had this.
See. Yeah, that bracket. This is one of the reasons why I'm just like, God, I'm glad I have a 3D printer now, because that's what I used to have to do. Whereas now I have a 3D printer, I can just make stuff that actually looks semi-professional. I'm actually really proud of that bracket. I think that looks really good. Graham in shorts at the summer barbecue. I mean, it's very rare to see me showing my knees. 3/4 lengths though, sure. Also, hello from Atlanta. Hello, John Pine. How you doing? You could give a prize to whoever brings the most exotic thing to the barbecue. the trade-off for that is if you bring something exotic, I expect you to cook it, because otherwise someone would show up with something. I'd be like, I don't know what the hell to do with this. So yeah.
Excellent. It's a thing. Yes, I think that might work.
I thought you were saying it's very rare for me to show my nads. No, my knees. You fool.
I don't show those.
They're too knobbly.
I'm looking for a box, just an empty one. I think I'm going to steal this Amazon one.
Yeah, that's all recycling, so use it.
Just because I realised that there is so much stuff in this box, I need to empty the box into another box to get to the stuff in the box.
I see.
So I'm just like, I've gone so many layers deep in stuff, and I'm like, I need the small parts at the bottom.
Understandable. Have a day. Right. While Caradog sorts his life out, I'm going to put that bottle there. And I'm thinking about cases again now.
I'm going to get rid of you.
Now would be an excellent time to insert ads.
Oh, we were talking about cars, briefly.
Kind of, yeah.
Yes. The 555 livery Subaru Impreza.
Oh, right, yes. As in, it's iconic kind of thing.
One of them, that's what I'd have.
Yeah, 22B probably. Well, yeah. The 22B is the legendary one from that livery, yeah.
Yeah. I saw one for sale reasonably recently.
For a ridiculous price, I'd imagine.
It wasn't that ridiculous.
How
it was
much?
only like £4 million starting price.
Yeah. And like...
Because I think it had something like 170 or like 200 kilometers on the dial.
See, the problem is on cars like that, the mileage
like-
is completely meaningless because like every component of it has likely been replaced or upgraded at some point in its life, including the engine.
Yeah,
So
but it was
the mileage just doesn't mean anything on cars of that age.
Yeah, but it was one that had basically only ever lived in.
Oh, I see, in a showroom
museums.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Oh, so that's actually kind of interesting because it would be
It was
completely
100% original.
Yeah, that's fair. Even just second hand, they go for silly money because just because the 22B was a special edition, and I can't remember what the count is, but they're numbered, and the fact that they are actually numbered kind of tells you a thing or two about them.
Are we just going to bin this, given we're like 99% certain it's muck broken?
I would keep it because at some point, one of the things that I was thinking about while I was tinkering with making mounts and things, we've just pulled out the EK pump res combo, was people...
This bit needs replacing, basically.
Fair enough. I was going to say, people have often made jokes about how we should fill a water cooling loop with cider. And I'm like, the problem with doing that is after we do it, we're basically going to wreck every component that we use, and it will all need cleaning up. So we could keep that for if we're going to do something catastrophically stupid. And
the difficulty is just it doesn't pump.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like we could keep it and fill it, but like it wouldn't actually overly function.
Yeah.
That was the difficulty.
Yeah.
I now can't get the thing to line up.
Yeah, I mean, we might be able to find just a cheap second-hand pump to attach to the bottom of it that will get it functional, yeah.
I looked, and the pumps were like 60 quid, and the pump res combo was 70 quid.
Yeah.
I was like, so I'll just get an entire new one kind of thing.
Yeah. We'd have to have a look and just, like, maybe it can be rebuilt,
We can rebuild them. We have the technology.
Well, yeah, maybe if we just, clean up the bearings and stick a new rotor in it that's, like, maybe isn't scuffed to hell. Like, it might be that the bottom of the rotor is scuffed to hell, so it's just not gliding on the bearing or something. So, yeah.
It's okay.
You know it's going to be a bad day when you've got a cheap Chinese geobook in for repair? Ugh. What's wrong with it, Anthony? Because usually when those come into my shop, I just immediately say, no, it's not worth it. I don't care what's wrong with it. Whatever is wrong with it, it's not worth it. You know. Are we fixing anything today, or just while chatting? I didn't have plans to. I could find something. Like if we suddenly finish this in 30 minutes, then yeah, I'll find something and fix it. But yeah, we're mainly tinkering with this, and I kind of want to just talk about. Sometimes it's nice to just sit and talk about components, which is why I was kind of thinking of just looking at some computer cases while we're not on the interesting bit of this. Yeah, Geo's gone bankrupt, so huzzah, we'll stop seeing them. If all else fails, we could go back to a cheap aquarium pump. Yeah, that's true. Which won't work with that res combo, but yeah, if we did want to do something stupid, we could just buy a £10 pom pump.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There's lots of crinkling and putting things in bags.
What's the spec of Caradog's computer? So this, is this a 5950X?
Yeah, this is the 5950X.
Yeah, so this has got Caradog's last remaining 5950X,
Yeah.
oh wow, that's the Corsair, or the Crosshair, sorry. Yeah, and this has got the what is that? Crosshair 8.
Crosshair 8 Hero Extreme.
Yeah.
Hold on.
The all singing, all dancing.
ROG Crosshair 8 Extreme. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Crosshair 8 Extreme motherboard. So this is the obnoxious like £700-800 super duper overclocking motherboard that actually was a bit of a lemon. And so now it just lives in a work computer, but it does have a 5950X in it, so it's still a wrecking machine. And we're putting a 5700 XT in it, and the main purpose of it just requiring any kind of meaningful graphics card is because A, it doesn't have on board, and B, it is driving dual 4K monitors. So
Yeah, I
there
need
needs to be
minimum twin DisplayPort out effectively.
So it needs to have a graphics card that's not a potato, basically.
Ah.
Wouldn't you risk alcohol boiling at a lower temp and building up pressure in a water-cooled system? Ethanol itself is like 75 to 80 C. In a water cooling loop, the liquid temperature is going to be somewhere between 30 and 50 C. And like if your water cooling liquid temperature is at 50 degrees C, something has gone terribly wrong. Like an AIO gets to like the low 40s when it's being pushed really hard. A custom loop, I would not expect you to break the 40-degree marker. So yeah, alcohol in a water cooling loop, not as bonkers as it sounds, because yeah, the liquid temperature doesn't actually get that high. So yeah. Caradog's day job. Caradog works in an office. That's all we know.
Is that an AMD? That's probably an AMD. Are you an Intel? You are an Intel. Good. By process of elimination.
I'm going to test camera angles while you do stuff and things. Oh, he's a hitman. Yeah. Caradog wouldn't be a hitman. He would be the operator who's directing the hitman. Hold on a second, just leaning across.
You know what?
I'm going to.
Hey, hello. There's a camera.
Yes, sorry. Bench cam. I'm going to test camera angles super quick.
Wee, wee.
All right, that needs to be inverted, but that'll do just fine. Rotate. Cool. Whoop.
That is now between the feet of your stool. I will allow you to obtain that.
Stand by.
I wasn't going to go fishing.
Oh, you're going to use the EK block? Oh, yeah.
Just because I suddenly went, oh no, I actually haven't worked out how to mount this. And I can't be bothered to work out how to mount
yeah,
this.
the other one's got Intel mounts on it, hasn't it? Yeah.
And we've got all, and it was also just a case of it was all kinds of weirdness that we did. I think we used this black backplate and mounting stuff last time we used it, so we'll actually have to work something out with that.
Yeah, and also, like, to an extent, we're trying not to put all the good stuff into this computer because it will tie it up, and thus not enable us to use it in other instances. Oh no, hiccups.
Yeah.
GameMax PSU. Hey, the GameMax, the GameMax higher end ones, the GameMax Gold rate, the high end GamerMax power supplies are fine. Like the modern version of this is actually tested quite well. Is the modern one still a gold rated, or did they step it up to? Because they've got a new one, haven't they?
The 1000.
Yeah.
Which is the ATX 3.x one.
Yeah.
I think it's platinum rated.
Yeah.
I think.
The new GameMax power supplies are that, and also these GameMax RGB ones, they're not too shabby. We've done dumb stuff with these GameMax RGB ones, and in fact, like when we were doing all of the overclocking on the 13900K, what power were we using the GameMax for that?
We were using the kilowatt GameMax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of that overclocking we were doing on that was on a kilowatt GameMax. You know, now granted that wasn't with a GPU load as well, but they're fine. Yeah, they're just, yeah.
I think those are all the radiator screws, aren't they?
Yeah, everything is tier F due to them using different parts in review units compared to the ones they sell. Ah, that's weird. Yeah. We haven't had any problems with them. Sample size of 2.
4.
4?
Because we've got 2 kilowatts and 2 850s, haven't we?
Oh, fair enough. I didn't realise there were that many of them floating around now.
Yeah, because there's 2 kilowatts over there.
Yeah.
And then there's an 850 here, and I'm pretty sure I've got another 850 somewhere as well.
Oh, fair enough, yeah. I know you keep buying them, because I just own the 1050.
Yeah.
So one of the 1050s is mine, the others are all yours in that case.
Yeah. Fine.
Caradog works for Lisa Su, hence the video card present for Easter wrapped in Lisa... Oh no. Wrapped in Lisa panties. I started reading that, so I'll finish reading that. However, that was one of those... Yeah, that was one of those times where I'm just like, I should have read the entire message before I started saying it aloud. But yeah. Yeah, Chris says my sample size of GameMax is 50 or 60 for the GP ones. I think I've had like 1 or 2 dead GameMax GP series power supplies, but like I've had 1 or 2 dead every single brand, so that's not really saying much.
I've managed to avoid any dead Corsairs yet, which isn't bad.
I've seen dead Corsairs, usually the cheaper, lower end ones, but yeah, it'll happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just like, somehow I've managed to avoid that given the number I've seen.
Yeah.
And it's like, somehow.
Yeah, Reploid says, we'd still rather get a PSU that's actually properly tested with proven tests. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that we would recommend GameMax per se, but there's nothing wrong with them per se, you know.
Yeah.
Again, based on our experience, like a lot of people, as soon as they see like GameMax written on a power supply, they're like, "Oh, it's a bomb." And it's like, no, none of ours have exploded, and we have stressed them. We have given them the beans. You know, we've had reasonably high wattage loads onto these things, and like they're not quiet because they're gold rated. When you actually put a load on them, the fan is noisy, but they're fine. One of them just rolled under the computer.
I was just like, where did you go? I had all of them, and now I didn't. Where have you gone? Yeah. I was going to say, certainly Cybernetics seemed reasonably happy with the one they tested that was the ATX 3.x one.
Yeah, although...
Which was the one they bought. I think they said they bought it off of Amazon US.
Oh, interesting. So it's not a review sample then. Yeah,
I think they bought it off of Amazon US.
Yeah.
And I think they said they've contacted GameMax to get a review sample as well.
Oh, okay,
yeah. I think I might be misremembering like videos, but I think that's what they said. It's just, yeah, they have surprisingly hard time getting some stuff delivered to them because they're in Cyprus.
Ah, I see. Yes.
I think that's in Cyprus.
Sounds possible. I think I had a customer who came in one time and they said, "Oh yeah, we live in Cyprus and we just come back to the UK regularly," kind of thing. They're expats basically, and they were like, "Oh," and they wanted to buy stuff in the UK to take home, and I'm like, "I'm not sure that's going to be good value for money." And they're like, "Well, you can't get anything in Cyprus," and I was like, "Really?" And I started sort of having a look around. I was like, "Oh, I see what you mean." Yeah. So yeah. Because it seems bonkers to imagine that it's cheaper to buy anything in the UK, but there are some areas where it's just like, we're a small island, no one delivers out here, there is no Amazon.
Yeah, it's also a case of sometimes it's not necessarily about it being cheaper, it's about it simply existing and being available.
Yeah.
So I can't remember, someone in the Discord was talking about that because they lived in insert South American country here that isn't Brazil, and they were like, my choices for PC parts are what's in the shop, and they might have some PC parts.
I see.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And we're just like, very well.
Yeah.
Where is...
Alcohol is on the bench.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba. Britain is a small island. Yeah, we are a small island, but we are very well connected, I think is the thing. You are, like, I often think of the UK as being Little Britain and, you know, expensive and not well connected, but like all things considered, it's not bad. It's not bad.
I mean, yeah.
We can more or less obtain whatever we want, and it's not obnoxiously priced.
Yeah.
Like, I think America gets...
That's what happens when we're the third largest economy in the in continental Europe.
Yeah, that's it. Ah!
Oh.
Old thermal paste. If you want to feel good about living in the UK, look at the pricing in Australia. Ugh.
I mean, don't forget that the Australian dollar is also worth, 50% of a pound, isn't it?
Maybe.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's just, obviously, do not do 1-to-1.
Yeah. Also, like, Australia can get stuff delivered pretty quick from China, I think, as well, can't they?
As long as you're in, like, a major city.
Yeah. Like, I think if you're
it's the problem that, like, Paul has when he gets stuff from China.
Yeah.
It'll get delivered to Australia, like, next day. And then it'll take 4 weeks to get from Australia to Australia.
Yeah, because he lives in the boonies or the
also
outdocks
just as far as I can tell, based off of hearing him complain about it, the internal delivery companies just don't like actually delivering.
Yeah, I think with Australia it's just like, if you're in the city it's great, and if you're not in the city it sucks to be you. They basically just don't care about anything that's not in the city.
Yeah, and like from what he was saying, it sounded like he was 45 minutes to an hour outside of a major city. So it's
well, that's not bad. Yeah.
I'm like, that's not 17 hours into the outback Australia.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was like, I'm amazed he has so much problems, but
yeah, like,
I don't know.
Yeah, we're 45 minutes outside of Poole, which is where the nearest sort of docks are.
Yeah.
And yeah, odd.
I still find it funny every now and then when I'm just like, oh no, I've forgotten to order something off of Amazon. So I fish through the addresses I have saved in Amazon. Because like here, we'll get next day delivery on some items that I can't get next day delivery on in Poole and things like that. Just because like here's close enough for someone to be like, oh, we'll direct it from Bristol or something. And weird things like that. Or they'll do like, oh yes, this one's coming from some depot way over there and stuff like that.
And that's why just sometimes you randomly order stuff to here that's not actually relevant to anything we're doing, kind of thing. Because just like now and then stuff will show up addressed to Caradog, and I'll be like, sure, put it to one side, and you'll be like, yes, that's my XYZ. I'm like, okay.
Every now and then it's also because I don't read what address it's getting delivered to.
Yeah.
Now I'm just like,
where's my thing? And I'm like, in Shaftesbury.
It says it's been delivered, and I'm like, no, you haven't. Oh, you have, just to the wrong place. I did it.
Did Did you see Lewis Rossman's video in last week about EVGA power supplies, where a PSU was replaced and the replacement with the same model had different wiring that destroyed? I saw that Lewis Rossman had done an EVGA video, but I haven't looked into this. Can someone summarise what's going on with EVGA? Can you? Or do you know? Okay.
Customer had a PSU that failed.
Yeah.
They contacted EVGA and said, can I have a replacement? EVGA went, yes, absolutely, it's sorted under warranty. Just send us the brick.
Okay.
What had happened is, in the interim, there are two series of model numbers where there's two sets, basically because there was a change from the IEE.
I know where this is going. Yeah.
From the Institute of Electrical Engineers, whatever that's become, IET. Anyway, there was a directive there for changes of requirements on power supplies. And basically, the ODM with EVGA changed some of the connectors, effectively the wiring of the connectors in the power supply.
The modular outputs changed pin out.
Yes. And basically, EVGA had a process, but it failed.
Yeah.
Where that should have obviously been caught, and they sent an entire bundle and told the person to send an entire bundle. They didn't. It killed two drives because it sent power the wrong way.
Yeah.
EVGA and the person affected have amicably resolved things, because as far as I understand it, basically EVGA went, here's an entire new power supply, here's also the cost of replacing the drives.
Yeah.
And the client went, thank you very much, I'm very happy with this outcome.
Yeah. This isn't a scandal then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this is an unfortunate accident, but this isn't a scandal. And yeah, this is one of the reasons why when you change a modular power supply and you're reusing your old cables, make bloody well sure that the modular cables you're reusing are compatible with the new
But not
unit.
just that, it's a case of obviously the fact of they'd changed inside the same model the cables. So it's just a case of obviously if you picked up a Corsair, HX1000 from 2017 and those cables, and then one from 2018, they had different cables.
Yes.
Effectively, it was that sort of situation.
I see, yeah. So
and that was the problem.
Yeah, 100%. So, because like
the user basically couldn't have known.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
which is
fair.
obviously why there was a process, but the process failed.
Yeah. So this was basically just a very unfortunate situation, and it sounds like EVGA made good on it. And like, it sucks that happened, but like, accidents happen.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah. EVGA is a slowly dying company, pretty much. Like
they're effectively
down.
Slowly winding down.
Yeah,
they're basically just servicing all of the RMAs and so on.
I think the only reason why they haven't closed shop entirely is just purely to service and such. So yeah, that's fair. It's sad to see EVGA slowly dying. Yeah, I agree. I think the guy who owns it, I think he should have passed the torch to someone. But
but he didn't want to, and ultimately
he's not obligated to. So.
Yeah, exactly. He can do what he wants with his company.
Yeah, that's it.
And arguably, he's doing doing it in a very honourable fashion of still servicing all the warranty and not just shutting the door and going, LOL, bye guys.
Yeah, certainly a less reputable brand just would have closed up and been like, yeah, your lifetime warranties, too bad,
Yeah.
So yeah. They also first denied and told the customer to go manufacture They also first denied it and told the customer to RMA all of their drives. Okay, possibly interesting. So yeah. And perhaps that was before they realised what had happened.
Yeah.
And then when the actual reality of what happened came to light, then they decided to make good.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer there because I have not followed up on this.
And yeah, certainly based off of the way that Gamers Nexus reported it, it was a case of they found out there was an error. They realised, oh no, it's gone wrong.
Yeah.
And were in contact with the person saying, how can we resolve this amicably?
Yeah.
And that is what the customer also said to Gamers Nexus.
Yeah.
So I can only go off of Gamers Nexus's reporting. Where is your MX456?
There should be some on the counter there.
Yeah, I just can't see it. There is.
Oh, it's behind the keyboard.
Items. Ah, there we go. Come here.
Don't know why you're having trouble finding anything on my bench. He says facetiously. Right, hold on. I'm going to catch up on chat in a sec. I'm just going to realign the bench cam. It's currently staring at Caradog's chest. Stop doing things. We're missing everything. Yeah. Yeah. A loop. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Lunchtime. Later, peeps. See you, Jim. See you, Nom.
Come off. Actually come off. Thank you.
Annoying doesn't cover it if you zap a 1.6 terabyte enterprise with lots of data on it that you didn't back up. I mean, that is annoying, but also
You should have backed it up.
I was going to say, without wanting to victim blame, if you're not backing up, you deserve to lose your data.
Like, that's why the person, based off of what GN had said, was so just like, yeah, they paid the replacement of the drives. I'm happy because they backed everything up.
That's it. They had a backup, so
Yeah.
it's not a big deal.
And they were
However,
back in the
yeah.
situation they were before it went wrong because they had backup.
Yeah. Remember, people, I cannot stress this enough because, it should go without saying, but yet I still see people in my friends list or people that I follow on social media who are going, oh, my laptop has died and I've lost all of my data. And I'm like, it's 2024. Why aren't you backing up? I'm begging you people, please.
Yeah.
Like, and everyone talks about what drive is the most reliable. And it's like, if you back up, it doesn't matter. If you have a backup, it doesn't matter how reliable your stuff is because you just replace it, which is, like, don't get me wrong, you still want to buy something that's good, but if you have a backup, you don't care if it fails because you just replace it,
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like, I'm just back up. And also, yeah, as Arnold G says, yeah, crypto lockers, accidental deletion, Windows becoming corrupted, just, yeah, all of these terrible things that can happen to your computer. If you have a backup, none of them are a problem. So much recovery, so much computer stuff is only a ball ache when you're trying to preserve data. If you don't have to tiptoe around the data, it's just easy, Anyway, that's my rant there done. Ba-da-ba. Paste crimes avoided. No one saw your paste pattern.
Indeed.
So we'll never know.
Indeed.
Is that why you did it before I changed the camera?
I mean, it's kind of a running bit now, isn't it? Because I've tried to do that every single time.
Yeah.
Just be like, lol, 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 lol.
John Pine says, Graham, where do I get an Adamant IT hoodie? I'm going to get to this, and I know that that's a promise that rings hollow, but I'm getting my life together this year. I was talking to Caradog about this earlier on. Last year, I had a bad year. What's going on with this?
It was just the fact of the cam was in my face, and I was just like, oh, hold on, where is?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was like, are you styling on me? Are you going really? Or are you... Anyway, last year I had a bad year. I didn't really realise it. However, looking back, last year I was not in a good place, and this year I'm getting my shit together. Basically, I'm getting my stuff at home sorted out. I'm clearing out all of the e-waste that's in here and getting the shop tidied up, and I'm gonna actually sort out and get the merch on the go. So, yeah, I know it's a promise that rings hollow, but I'm sorting myself out this year. So yeah, Sai says lies, all lies. I will.
It's okay.
Because also I need money, so I should sell merch.
It's okay. What you can do, Sai, is you can come here and you can fix it.
Yeah. Wow.
Now it becomes your responsibility to sort it out. Sai.
We'll see. JD has denounced your choice to use EK stuff. Yeah, I think
Good.
Yeah, we have both fallen.
Fight me.
Well, I mean, we've both fallen out of love with EK, haven't we? Like, we have both. I think we're all in agreement that EK is as a company is not. EK as a company is not what it used to be, if it
Yeah.
ever was. But certainly now, For a long time, EK were a very prestigious water cooling brand, and if you bought EK gear, you'd be A-OK. Whereas now it's just like, no, it's just overpriced. They've just got they fancy themselves as a boutique brand, and they've just got pie in the sky prices for average performance. Whereas you can buy other brands that are very high performance and cost less, like Alpha Cool. However, we're using what kit we've got available. This EK block, it's not the best, but it works. So that's why we're using it here.
Yeah, because it's like I'm not using the Core 1
in
this, just because also the Core 1 is a much more modern block. And supports, LG 1200, 1700, whereas that one doesn't. That's AM4 only, as far as I'm aware. Or, yeah. Dang it. Hacking.
Chris says, I'd fight you if I ever found a reason to degrade myself to the point of going back to England.
You mean upgrading?
Is the bench cam skipping frames? Oh, well, just then my hand kind of appeared there. Please ignore the massive overexposure, but it's trying to photograph a black case, so... I'm not sure. Just then when I just saw it again. Yeah, the bench cam is skipping frames. I'll tell you what, I'll just reinitialize it just to see if that clears it up. There we go. I just saw it jump again. If it's going to sit and do that, I'm not going to try and fix that live because it is skipping frames. I don't know what that's about. Oh, it's doing it a lot now, actually. Yeah, what's with that?
Swap off of the camera, then just unplug it from the computer.
Yeah, I'll replug the camera. I'll actually just power cycle the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, and just see what happens.
Did you see the OC3D video about the BTF build? I don't know what that is or what that's referring to.
Those are indeed letters.
Okay, yeah.
That may or may not combine into words.
Summarise it for us, Quentin. I don't think we'll be able to weigh in on it because we haven't checked into it or anything, but yeah. What's the news? Right, unplugging camera. What else is plugged into this? I'm just going to unplug the capture card because we're not using that. Boop. Da-ding.
Right, how does this? Oh, that goes in like this. I see.
Back to front. Yeah. What's back to front? So like all the ports are at the front of the computer, like as opposed to BTX where the motherboard is inverted on the other side of the case. This time around it's actually just with the back of the motherboard facing out the front. Connectors are on the rear or underside of the motherboard and GPU. Yeah. I have no strong feelings about it. There are a couple of cases.
Yeah.
Is that frozen? Yeah, that needs to be reactivated then. Right, and activate. There are a couple of cases that use alternative spider hand. Where is it even pointing at the moment? Okay, that way.
Pointing over here. It needs to come this way. This way. This way.
Hold on.
No. Yes. There we go.
Why is it
inverted? Because you rotated it 180 degrees.
Oh, I see.
I can't help but feel that you did this, Graham.
Look. Listen.
I'm listening.
All right, listen. Look.
Do you want me to look or listen?
Listen.
Okay.
So yeah, I've seen cases that have like alternate outputs for the cables and stuff, but I don't think I've never really seen one where I'm like, this seems useful. I think the only possible examples I've seen are okay, yeah. The only example I don't think that's oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
It's just because it's gone a little bit too far.
Yeah, I'll come off of auto and I'll just actually manage it. There we go. That's better. I'll actually just manage the exposure manually instead of leaving it on auto. Right.
That's
Yeah, the only times when I've seen alternate cable outputs that seem to make sense has been on like ITX builds where you have a vertical case, like that one, like the NZXT1 or whatever it was, where it's like a vertical ITX case. And the connectors all end up coming out the bottom, so you can have a little bundle of cables coming out the bottom of the small ITX tower. That kind of makes sense. At any other time, I just feel like you're making access to the ports awkward. Having all of the cables come out the back of the computer, that just makes sense in my opinion, you know. So yeah.
The other thing that makes sense to me is having them all come out the front.
I suppose.
So you basically just rotate the entire computer 180 degrees.
Yeah.
So you're just looking at the back of it.
Yeah, because if you don't care about looks and you routinely need access to all of the connectors, then yeah, that makes sense.
And basically just having like a power button here.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Have a rear mount power button, yeah.
Yeah. In you go.
Can we see the 3D printed bracket, Graham, close up? Have you put it in the computer yet?
It is in the box. There? No, it's not. It's over here.
Ah, yes. Can you show off the pump mount that I have fashioned? It's pretty basic, but I'm proud of it because I think it looks pretty cool. So so yeah. So you can see the 3D printed section there. So that's my design. So it's not ideal. It doesn't clip in as was originally intended. You have to put the rubber ring into it and then slide the pump into the rubber ring. So it's not exactly quick release, but it holds it pretty firm and I think it looks reasonably swish. There's a improved version of this that I could do where I'd make it just 0.5 millimeter smaller just to tighten it because it's got a little bit of wobble. Like once it's all filled up and in place, it's not going to move, but it could grip it a little bit harder, but that's good enough. But yeah, I think it's not half bad. So yes. Have I got a preferred seller of RAM, or do you just go to the cheapest you can find for the job? Yeah, whatever's about on Amazon. I buy most of my stuff on Amazon because A, the prices are generally at least good, and B, if there's any problems, you just send it back. So it's not that I want to endorse Amazon or anything because big bad company, but that's not a fight you'll win. So yeah. Anthony says, I'm so anal, I've got a right angled power cable on my PC. I mean, if your computer is up against the wall, that's not a terrible idea because the power cable is the most bulky one. Although also sometimes I find that's not a bad thing because the power cable is a big, tough cable that isn't going to damage easily. And it means that if you have that power cable sticking out, if you back it up so that power cable is the limiting factor, you know you're not going to crush any other cables behind the computer. So there can be value in that. But that much being said, like certainly like on my 3D printers over there, I've got right angled connectors on everything in order to tidy the cable outputs. Because like one of the things that's annoying about my Creality is that the power cable is on the side, and a side exit power cable is just really annoying on that thing. So yeah.
Where the hell are the screw holes?
Unless affiliate link for the Amazon. Yes, that's true. Do you use any distributors as one is fairly close to you? Honestly, not really, because A, they don't have good prices by the time you've paid like delivery, VAT and whatever fees. It just ends up being the same as Amazon. And B, Amazon has the convenience of Amazon Prime. And like most distributors will do next day delivery, but I have to call them or email them or place an order, and I'm lazy. That's the bottom line. I'm lazy. I don't care how good your customer service is. It's not as easy as going to Amazon and clicking buy it now. And I know that's a terrible mentality and it's part of the problem, but that's just how much energy I have, basically. I have a million and one things that I should be doing, and spending time to write an email to send an order to a supplier saying I need the following items, I don't have the energy to do that. Whereas I do have the energy to look at it on Amazon and be like, that's what I want, buy it now, it'll be here tomorrow. So, yeah. And like I say, that's nothing to be, I'm not proud of that. I think it's a terrible mentality, but that's as much as I can deal with at the moment.
So,
yeah.
Hacking.
Pell says, Caradog, that's a beautiful motherboard. It is a very pretty board.
Do you want to buy it?
He's serious. Would you like to buy it?
Special price, only for you.
I canned my Prime subscription. I get a lot of money's worth out of my Prime subscription, so I'm okay with it. But any kind of subscription service, it is a question of, is it value for money? Are you using it, basically? If you're using everything that you can get from your Prime subscription, then it's incredibly good bang for buck. If you buy from Amazon once a week or once every other week, then Prime might not be good value for money. But for me, I buy every other day at least. I use Prime Video on occasion, and I use a Prime subscription to subscribe to people on Twitch. So I actually get a lot of perks out of my Prime subscription. So for me, it works out.
If you share Prime in a family, does everyone get the free Twitch?
I don't know.
That'd be
That's a
interesting.
very interesting question.
Because can you share your Prime subscription to yourself
Oh my God.
and then subscribe to yourself off of another account?
Given the fact that that is potentially an infinite money glitch, there must be something to that. I would imagine that only the owner of the family account gets the free Twitch sub.
Perhaps.
Because otherwise, you're right, you could theoretically create the cost of the entire Prime subscription out of Twitch subs.
Not quite.
I mean, how many people can you have on a
Six.
Six. And
I think.
a Prime sub is £5, and the streamer gets 50% of that.
Yeah.
So it's I get for anyone who subscribes to me using a Twitch Prime sub, I get £2.50 a month. So, and how much is Prime these days? £8? No, it must be more than that these days.
£79 a year if you buy the annual.
Yeah.
Which is the only price I know because I just buy the annual.
Someone must have thought of that. There's no way that you're the first person to think of that. But interesting. Oh yeah, Stefan has just confirmed the adult Prime account gets Twitch alone. Yeah. Yeah.
Fair. So I suddenly thought of that. I was just like, ha!
That would be very funny though. Yes. Do you even make decent money from Prime subs since Twitch, Amazon have changed their value per country? I mean, I don't make a lot of money on Twitch. I think I get like £30 a month from Twitch, something like that. It's better than a poke in the eye. It's not a meaningful amount of money, but like when you're a content creator, it's all about multiple revenue streams, and like my Amazon affiliates accounts don't generate a huge amount of money either, but all of these small affiliate programs together add up to a revenue stream. So that's where it comes in.
Where is the tub of cable ties? Oh, it's there.
So yes,
It's slowly going down.
revenue streams like merch and sponsorships would generate an awful lot more money. Yes.
Imagine, for a moment, video sponsors.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. Merch is good revenue. Yes, it is, and
Consider.
I need to get moving on it. Man Cave Hobby says, I 3D print and you have 3 Ender 5s. What printers did you use? I have a Ender 5 S1 Pro, or actually I think it's just an Ender 5 S1. I can't remember if it's a Pro or not. But
Was the Pro the Sonic pad?
No, that's just the Sonic pad.
Yeah, I didn't know if the Pro meant it came with the Sonic pad or something like
the
that.
Sonic pad was just an extra thing they sent me as well.
I
So
see.
yeah, I have an Ender 5 S1 with a Sonic pad on it. which is the Clipper tablet to drive it, and that basically makes it faster, and it gives me the network access to it and stuff like that. Hold up. And I also have the Uniformation GK2 resin printer, and the review for that is in the works. I've done all of the principal filming for that. I'm going to be editing that this weekend, and I need to shoot B-roll footage for it.
Oh my goodness. How have I already...
You could say C-Tech every video for 30p. But Graham, where can we find your Amazon affiliates? Discord channel suggestion. We have one. There is a bargains channel in the Discord, and if you do, is it /affiliate and then the code, or is it the URL?
And then just copy in the URL.
Yeah.
If
you do in the Discord, in any Discord channel on the Discord server, if you do /affiliate, and then just type in the Amazon URL for the product, it will give you an affiliate URL for that product.
You might have to run it twice.
Yeah.
Just because every now and then the bot goes to sleep.
Yes.
But other than that...
If you run it and it doesn't work, just run it again, and then it'll work, basically. I'm going to refill that, because where the alcohol is low, the bottle doesn't stand up properly. And I have another bottle of IPA.
Here is my other alcohol.
I think it's IPA anyway.
The sleeving has moved on this and it irks me ever so slightly. Oh well.
This is one of those moments where you're like, I can't remember if this is tap water or actually IPA, so I'm going to sniff it.
I'm going to sniff these suspicious fluids.
Oh, that's IPA. Ooh, okay. I didn't take a deep breath there just before someone in the comments gets really angry with me. It doesn't work with mobile short links. Fair enough. What do you think about resin printers? They're very cool. They have strengths and weaknesses. If you're just trying to make just simple parts, simple brackets, things like that, I think FDM is better, because resin is a ball ache, and also resin parts, they don't look very impressive. They don't look very finished, and they're more brittle than FDM is. However, if you want to print models, figurines, detail work, resin is another world. The GK2 that I've got does detail that my Ender 5 could only dream about. So just to put things in perspective, an FDM printer, hold on a second, I'm just going to focus on this. Freehand!
Freebird! Anyway, so I was supposed to pour out of those.
I know, but it's working. Thank you.
Crunch.
Whew. All right, where was I? So FDM has a typical layer thickness of 150 microns. That's 0.15 millimeters. If you go to detail, like if you put on a small nozzle and really fine tune, you could get down to 100 microns, which is 0.1 of a millimeter. My GK2 resin printer default is 50 microns. That's 0.05 millimeters. So that starts to give you a kind of an impression as to the level of detail that you can do. By default, with resin, it's kind of crazy. The only problem is, resin is a massive... What make is the IPA? Whatever I found on Amazon. This is called Ocean Free Plus Professional. 99.9%, basically.
Do you have...
Hello.
A short one of these? Or is that the standard length of...
That's the standard length.
Very well.
So, yeah.
Which one is the CPU one? So it doesn't whinge at me.
Paige just said the angle that I was pouring that at, it looked like I was pouring it into the cider glass.
You know, sometimes you just want a really strong cider.
Do not the ethanol. Yeah.
Unless you're Russian.
So, the YouTube channel Mighty Car Mods. Mighty Car Mods have done a lot of car builds where they have modified the car to run on ethanol because you get more power out of the engine on ethanol. And also in Australia, ethanol is actually you can find ethanol at most petrol stations or gas stations. And one time, Mighty Car Mods, they went to a tour at an ethanol refinery just to see where it came from. And they did a brief tour of the lab, and they're like, "Oh, this is where the ethanol. This is how where they produce ethanol. That's kind of cool." And they had a lab bit where they had like samples where they were checking for they were doing quality assurance and stuff like that. And he was just like, "So this is alcohol, but don't drink it. We deliberately make it taste horrible, so people won't be tempted to try and use it as alcohol." And Moog, who is a mad lad, was just like, "I'm going to try it." And he's like, "Please don't." He's like, "I'm going to try it." And he went, and he was over the sink. He was like, "Oh, no, and he had a terrible time, and it was very funny. That's the story. Anyway, for a better controlled pour, have an opening at the top. Well, for bottles like this,
there's a reason they're offset.
yes, for a bottle like this, instead of doing that, you should do that. But yes.
Well, that.
I guess,
That's the design. But also, sideways is
Sideways is valid, yeah. Yeah.
equal. That can just squidge there.
Good. Risking blindness is rather brave, yeah. Petrol at the pump has 5 or 10% ethanol. Yeah, they started mixing a bit in. However, this is as opposed to like 95% ethanol kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yes, resin printers, resin 3D printers, they're a lot of faff. One of the biggest takeaways of my review of the GK2 resin printer is that it is eye-wateringly expensive because it's $850 US. But the reason why it's $850 US is that it takes the faff out, basically. One of the things I didn't realize, I have had zero faff resin printing. I've just stuck models in, I've just thrown models at that printer and just said, no leveling, no setup, go. And it just does it, bam, just prints. And then I do the wash and the cure and it's done. And I was like, resin printing's easy. And then after that, I had a look around online because I was looking at other people's, because what I do is I do a review blind. I don't look at any resources in advance. I just take it out of the box and I try and use it to get a complete, impartial, unbiased opinion about it. Then after I've done that, I'll look at what other people are saying about it to see if that resonates with what my experience was.
Resonates.
And when I was looking up other people doing resin printing, everyone was talking about temperature-controlled environments and, you know, the difficulty of keeping the resin at the correct temperature and failed prints and stuff like that. And I was like, what are they talking about? Do their printers not have heaters? No. Most resin printers don't have heaters. And I was like, what do you mean they don't have? But the GK2 has built-in heating. And it has really good detail. And it is pre-leveled. And it has all of these things that just takes all of the ball ache out of resin printing. And I was like, oh, the reason why I thought it was easy is because the printer is doing it all for me. Like, I'm not talented here. This printer is $850 because it does everything for you. And so it's eye-wateringly expensive, but also it just makes it really freaking easy. Whether or not that's worth $850 is another question, and that's up to the buyer to decide. But that's why it's so expensive. So yeah. Is this a classy beer glass? It's a classy It's a classy cider glass. This is Fowey Valley, courtesy of Page Cartoons. So yes. Use the resin printer once a year. I've been using mine in regional lamp, but yeah. Sol, where's the link? Soon. Yeah, soon. I'm working on the review, but also I need to talk to Uniformation first, because the problem is that the GK2 it's not on sale anywhere.
Oh, that is indeed a problem.
Like, you can pre-order it from the Uniformation website, but like it doesn't have a list price on Amazon or anything like that. And like like most people's printers, when you look them up, they've all got like special offers running and stuff like that. Whereas the GK2, it feels like they've done a production run and just not made and sent them out to reviewers and then not made any more. So I need to actually send an email, say, right, I've done my review, but like, where do I tell people to buy this from? Have you got like a special offer or promo or something like that? Like, what's my call to action here? Because it's an expensive printer and I need a hook. You know, like, I can sell it on its merits because it's bloody spectacular, but also it's double the price of most of its competitors. And that's a tough pill to swallow. Like, don't get me wrong, other reviewers who are more experienced with 3D printing have said this is the best resin printer they've ever used. And I'm like, that's a great hook. I can do a sales pitch for this thing, but also you got to tell me where people buy this, you know. So yeah, that's what I'm working through at the moment. If you can make GPU sag holders, you can make big money. Also, you just buy the £5 one from Amazon because it works. Any movement on the internet, Graham? Not yet. Haven't got it sorted, but it's on my mind. I'm changing utilities over at the moment and such like.
Right.
450 printer only, or with the spinny flashy other thing. So the GK2 is $850 RRP. I'm hoping that Uniformation are going to have like some promos available on it to help out. But no, that doesn't include washing and curing stations and stuff like that. The wash and cure station that I showed on a stream a couple of weeks ago when I was doing test prints, that's an Anycubic Wash and Cure 3, and it's about 80 or 90 quid on Amazon. So again, this is one of the things that I'm mentioning in my review, is that when you're buying the printer, you also have to factor in that you're going to need to buy resin, which is 20 quid, a wash and cure station, which is going to be 80 or 90 quid. But pretty much all the other accessories come with the printer, which is nice.
Okay. Please, may you demonstrate the disassembly?
Okay. So basically,
because I want to mount the metal plate without.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fair.
What resin am I printing with? I'm using, what brand was it?
I think I want you.
So the current stuff that I've been using is, it's the cheapest I found on Amazon, which is Sunlu. So it's Sunlu, and it's just dark grey. This is water washable because I didn't want to put 5 litres of IPA into the wash and cure station, because like I was just like, I don't want to use up all of my IPA on this. So I thought I'd try the water washable stuff. And the water washable stuff, it seems to work just fine as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend dark grey because it's just not a very exciting colour. I would get like black or navy blue or something like that, just so your default colour is a bit less bland. I think the colour is extremely bland, but there's not a lot of choice for resin colours. With FDM printers, there's every colour of the rainbow in filament you can buy, which makes FDM printing very cool because you can buy all kinds of funky colours. What are you looking for?
A magnet to Rob.
Look on the microphone boom arm to the right.
Ah, you've moved them. They used to live on the Quick.
Well, now they're on the microphone arm.
It did me confused.
So yes, there's not a lot of exciting resin colours available, but I would recommend not getting dark grey just because yeah, it's just very bland and just looks like cheap plastic kind of thing. So get something that actually kind of looks nice when you use it. But the water washable stuff, this works just fine as far as I'm concerned, with my $850 printer, I might add. But on the other hand though, I feel like the type of resin you're using is probably more of a wash and cure thing. I doubt this makes a difference when you're actually printing and is more down to just how well you're washing and curing. Make of that what you will. Clear resin sucks. Do you mean fucks or sucks? Because you typed fucks, but I'm assuming that means sucks. I want to try clear resin.
You shouldn't be doing that with your resin.
Yeah, I do want to try the clear resin, but that's sad if it's bad.
Damn it.
Duma says, can you do the wishy-washy in a bowl and put the thing out in the sun? You could definitely do the wishy-washy in a bowl. The curing, I don't know, but also the sun, I think that's going to take a while, but if you're not in a hurry, you could leave it on the windowsill, because uncured resin, it's still solid, it just feels like if you pinched your fingernail into it, you'd leave a mark, you know. But it is actually solid, it's not malleable or anything. So yeah, you could probably leave something on the windowsill to cure, but you might be waiting a week, you know. I don't know, I'm sure someone has probably made a video about this. So I think you could DIY. Also, at the end of the day, washing, you could do that under the sink if you have water washable. And the curing, that's just a UV light. So just a UV torch, or even just like I've seen UV lights on Amazon that are literally just an outdoor floodlight with a UV LED in it. That would work just fine as well. So you can do a ghetto thing for that. But for me, because I now have a workbench, because I've got my Maker workbench with my row of 3D printers, I was like, I'm going to buy a proper machine for this. So yes. It does have some printing for it. Type of resin does have some impact for printing. That's fair. Do you smell chemicals when you print resin? Yes. Ooh. You must ventilate when you're resin printing, or even when you're just FDM printing in general. The severity of it will vary. So for my Creality FDM printer, some of my filament doesn't smell. I have noticed that the black Creality filament I've got smells really bad. And with the resin printer, this is really nasty stuff, like super nasty stuff. And while modern resin printers, including the GK2, they have built-in charcoal filters. However, the charcoal filters remove the smell, they don't remove the toxins. And this has been proven by other videos. So you must ventilate the room when you're 3D printing. We don't get sun in the UK, this is true.
Oops.
Are you okay?
I dropped it.
If you print in summer, you won't need the UV light thingy. Maybe. Yeah. Have I tried printing keycaps from mechanical keyboards? The thought occurred to me. I just don't think I can do ones that will look nice, basically. Because you could print blank keycaps, and I suppose I could probably get keycap designs and then modify them to have a etched emblem on them, which would look kind of neat. I don't think so. Yeah, theoretically yes. I haven't seen a lot of good designs about though. Adamant IT has a proper ventilator system. I don't have like full extraction or anything, but I'm in a large workshop and I run with doors open and fans on, is my policy. So it's not ideal, but it's a lot less bad than having one of these running in your bedroom, basically. If you had a 3D printer in your utility room, your garage, your bedroom, super bad. Do not. Do resin printers print at a higher resolution? Yes. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier on, but you're looking at layer detail of 0.05 millimeters as opposed to 0.15 millimeters. So they are they're more than they're 2 or 3 times finer than FDM. Carrot Dog's working hard while I'm chilling. Yeah. Before we went live, I basically said to him, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to leave you to do all the work here while we do this. Are you actually plumbing now? Yeah. Is there a world where we can get a camera angle in there? If not, don't worry about it.
I am continuing to be perplexed by the fact that this universal mount doesn't actually mount to any of the mounts.
I mean, we got it onto the test bench. Is it not lining up with any holes?
Not really.
Oh.
I'm just like, ugh.
The keycaps, you really need to print the keycap, make a mold, then make a keycap pouring in the solid resin and such. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm going to put this resin somewhere that's not right in front of me. Mike Jones says, I've got a 3D printer next to me on a raised desk, so you're looking at the print at eye level when sitting down. PLA, you got used to it, but ABS is a no-go. Thinking of tubes with fans to get it out a window. Yeah, definitely. I've not tried printing in ABS yet, but yeah, one of the things I first noticed when I first got my Creality was I had it on the back bench behind my main workbench, and while it was running, the print cooling fan was essentially blowing the fumes at my back. And the first time I used it, it gave me a headache. That was with no air circulation or anything. And as I say, some resins are not so bad. Like there's a blue resin that I'm very fond of at the moment. There's a blue filament that I'm very fond of at the moment, which seems to have almost no smell to it when it's printing. But the Creality black filament, if I smell while the printer is running, I'm just like, oh, you can smell that's burning plastic kind of thing. So yeah, and getting used to it, again, just because you can't smell it doesn't mean it's not dangerous, because what you've got is 2 components. There is the smell and there is the volatile organic compounds, VOCs. And the volatile organic compounds, that's the toxic bit. And just because you don't smell it doesn't mean the toxicity isn't there. So yes. And also remember, carbon filters do not remove VOCs. There's a video by, I think the channel was called Keep Making, I think it was called. I've referenced this in my review that I'm working on at the moment. But there was a channel called Keep On Making, and he has his resin printer in a shed, so very enclosed environment, temperature controlled shed, and he bought an air quality monitor that can measure TVOCs, total volatile organic compounds. And he discovered that with a big custom-made charcoal carbon filter running, he walked in there, could not smell anything, but the air quality meter was saying bad, very, very bad, off the scale bad, kind of thing, which basically proved that a filter will take away the smell, but it doesn't get rid of the actual toxic component. So that's one of the comments that I'm making about the GK2, is one of its headline features is that it's got a built-in filter. However, based on that test, the filter doesn't actually solve the problem. So yeah. So like again, this is based on this guy's test, but Also, this guy also, he claims to have a lot of experience with working with toxic plastic and stuff like that. I don't know him, so this is just based on what he said in this video, but also, like, I have no reason to disbelieve him. He seems to be a chap who knows what he's doing. And he was just like, I have experience with this. Don't mess with this stuff. Here is my air filter monitor. And based on these tests, which you can see me running in this video, charcoal filters don't work, basically. They'll get rid of the smell. They don't get rid of the toxicity. I think a HEPA filter needs to be able to catch 2.5. Yeah, like additional filtering, like HEPA filtering and stuff like that, that might well work. I'm not saying that you cannot filter VOCs, but a charcoal filter, which is what most of these printers are shipping with, is not enough. That's the important thing. Dilkar says HEPA won't catch VOC. Yeah, fair enough. VOC by definition is not a particulate. JE says that he's got a Dyson a filter that can catch VOC, but it was $800. Any idea what the actual filter is there that's doing the VOCs? Because apparently HEPA won't do it, but no idea. Yeah. Filtering's not as good as venting. Yeah, I think one of the solutions to this is that it's easier to figure out an extraction system than it is to figure out a filtering system. Garadog has no head. Yep, he's just buried in here, trying to figure out this sodding thing. I think the issue here might be the case, because this is an old case and it doesn't have very modern fan rails.
Yeah, but just like the 140mm holes don't line up with the 140mm holes.
Oh. Let's just sanity check. I'm going to get a 140mm fan and we'll see if the holes line up.
Yeah, these two here. Which are in line with my 140mm holes.
Well, those line up with a 140mm fan, so they are definitely 140mm holes.
I think it's a case of its, compounding tolerance, and
Oh,
it's
I
a
see,
case
yeah.
of like the tolerance is 1,000th of a millimeter here, and the thing is the 1,000th of a millimeter the other way. So we're 2,000ths of a millimeter out. And that's just enough for the stuff to not engage.
Yeah. And yeah, one of the frustrating things about air quality stuff is a decent air quality meter is sort of 70 or 80 quid, maybe £100. So it's one of those things that's just expensive enough to be something that you don't really want to buy. Because like when I saw that video, I was like, I want one of those air quality meters. And then I looked them up on Amazon. I was like, oh, they're kind of expensive. There are cheap ones available. However, the cheap ones that are sub £50, I think they basically don't work. They might be able to detect particulate, but I think I saw there was a Big Clive video recently where he tested one of the cheap ones and he determined that the VOC measurement on it was just nonsense. So yeah.
Do you
Not that expensive for your health. This is true. This is very true.
Do you have longer ones of these by like 2-3 threads? Oop.
Yeah, just so you can cross them slightly. Have a rummage
In the floor.
Have a rummage in there.
Cool. Yeah, because I think that will assist just going slightly too long on the screw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it's out by, like that 1,000th of a millimeter thing.
Right.
Oh, that's a good one.
The pandemic brought with it a huge deluge of fake air quality sensors and meters. Yeah, big problems there.
Oh, yeah. The Swift on Security did a thread on it on Twitter back in the day about specifically about CO2 meters, not as opposed to like particular air filter quality ones or anything like that.
Oh, that's interesting.
But just about
CO2 is easy to measure, isn't it?
only if you're willing to buy the parts that actually measure CO2.
I see. Yes.
Instead of creating a device that lies about it because it's 74 cents cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah. If China can save a cent if they can save a cent by making it fake, then they will. Yeah. Sounds rude, but that's basically it. Anyone in chat knows what this number here means on a generic thing? Have you
on a generic thing?
On a 18650. I hate to say this, but have you Googled it? G201 5Y15.
Kind of sounds like a manufacturing part number.
Yeah. No, Google doesn't bring up any results for it. 22G20 18650. Show results with. Yeah, no, I can't get any results for that either. No idea. Might be a date code. That looks believable as well. Manufacturing date. Yeah. Right. Are you starting to win now, Caradog?
Yeah, by kind of crossing it and forcing it slightly. Yeah.
That's a bit of a bummer because that's.
Yeah, because it's by like a couple of tenths basically, and it's just like. Yeah, it looks like just kind of the mountings are thousandths of millimeters, kind of the wrong direction.
My noise of discomfort then was, I just looked up on Amazon how much a Fractal North XL costs and was just like, ow.
Yeah, 160, 170, something in that region.
Yeah, for the black one.
Yeah,
the
probably
white
200
for
the white. Yeah, but is that the XL?
Ah, yes, no.
Because that just says North Chalk White.
Yeah, that's not the XL, yeah. Yeah. No, I can't, no. No, I'm not interested in paying 165 quid for a computer case now. I paid that much for the torrent, but also the torrent came with like 5 RGB fans and an RGB strip as well. So like when you factored,
it came with 5 amps of RGB.
Yeah, when you factored everything into it, I was like, okay, that's just how much all of that costs. But yeah, I'll send you a Nova case. Do not say. Right. Yeah. What other cases are cool these days? Huh. See, also, I'm just going to skew, while you're struggling, I'm just going to skew back onto computer cases. I'm going to go over to the capture here and do a display capture, which doesn't work.
Why don't you just window capture?
Can I window capture instead? Amazon. I see.
Just go, yeah, Control F.
Oh, I know what that was all about. That was a notepad thing. All right, we live over here now. All right. There we go. Yeah, this looks cool. I have no idea what this brand is, but like as a case, that looks cool, man. It's got that look of a dual chamber case, but it's not dual chamber.
Fine.
That looks well cool, actually. I like it.
Ideal specification.
Yeah. Hinged glass side panels. No, it's not. It just means they come off.
Detachable side panels.
Yeah. GN seem to often recommend Fractal. It's because their cases are very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will return.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Fractal cases, they are expensive, but they're also extremely good. Oh yeah, Scotty Dog, very happy with the NZXT H6 Flow. Yeah, I saw that recently actually, and I was like, oh hello, I kind of like that. Like, I kind of, after I had a bad time with my last NZXT, with my H500i, but NZXT have got their act together. NZXT H6 Flow. Noir. It's not black, everyone, it's noir. Yeah, that looks cool. And 115 quid is decent as well. Is it dual chamber? Oh, it is dual chamber. That picture is very misleading. Yeah. Isn't there a baby version of this, or am I hallucinating that? Oh no, this is the baby one, and there's a H9, which is the big one. Yeah. GameMax Vista is the same look, but it's cheaper. Yeah, the problem is the GameMax will have a cheap build quality to it, which this one probably does as well. I wouldn't buy this without knowing in advance what the build quality is like, and like the fact that it has snap-out PCI brackets immediately tells me that it's cheap, because good quality cases don't have snap-out PCI brackets. So yeah. Man Cave has a fractal design, has a fractal torrent compact. Yeah, I've already got a torrent though. Yeah. What was that case that you recently built in? That was a GameMax Hype. GameMax Hype. Yeah, and it was all right. Again, though, not my cup of tea. I didn't like this case overall. This case is pretty solidly built, but overall I didn't like it because if we bring up the pictures of it, my issue with this case is these big bands around the top and bottom. It just looks like terrible panel alignment.
Oh.
I just didn't like the way they stuck out at all angles, basically. That was my main beef with it. Everything else about it was fine. My other big beef as well was, in order to get to the bottom of the case, have they got any pictures of this in action? No. But in order to get to the bottom of the case to fit fans, the entire case lifts off the bottom panel. So you have to turn the entire computer over to get the bottom panel off. It doesn't have a slide out thing or removable or anything. You have to lift the whole shooting match off of the bottom. And I'm just like, that's not a good design. And like, if you don't fiddle with it very often, that's okay. But yeah, it wasn't my cup of tea.
Not in your price bracket, probably. But what about the Corsair 5000T?
5000T, Corsair 5000T.
Yeah.
I don't like the design. I don't like these. This top part. This looks very old-fashioned to me.
Yeah. What about then the Corsair 6500X?
6500X.
Yeah.
That's dual chamber.
Oh yeah, it actually is. Yeah.
Yeah. It's literally called a dual chamber. So yeah. Yeah. I still like the 4000D. I still like the Corsair 4000D, but 4000D airflow. I think the Corsair 4000D is a really good looking case.
What about the 480T?
480T. 480T. That's I don't know. 480T. Huh. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Yeah, that's interesting. That's very modern. It's okay. No front Type C. And I do actually use front Type C. Reasonably tall, but that means it's got room for a front for a top mount radiator. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a like I kind of want a boutique case though, which is why I kind of wanted like a Fractal North or something like that. And yeah, I know saying I want a boutique case is really pretentious, but sue me. I want a fancy case, you know. For 300 quid, you can get a Define R. Oh, the Define cases are archaic. Yeah, yeah. The Define cases are all old. So like, is that a Fractal Define R? Yeah, these are all the old solid panel designs. They've got no airflow and they're ancient. No, not my cup of tea, if I'm honest. Right, in my opinion, the Fractal Define series is an incredibly overrated series of cases that made Fractal look incredibly boring, and I think Fractal as a company have made leaps and bounds since they started their newer boutique lineup of the Torrent, the North, the Terra, and so on. Bedrock PC sell boutique? No. Maybe one of the Lianlis. Yeah, what's Lianli got these days? I mean, I think with the Lianli, it would basically be the 216.
I want that.
I would I really like Lianli as a brand. So, have they got something interesting that I've forgotten exists?
Out to there.
The other alternative as well is to look at
right out to there.
See what Fantechs are doing these days, because I've always liked Fantech.
From there to there. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Right.
Right. Land called 206, 216. Not interested in an 011 because it's dual chamber.
Oh, Q58.
Yeah, that looks kind of funky.
Is that actually...
It's a small form factor.
Is it actually properly small form factor?
Don't know. I've not seen this
before. Or does
before.
it just look small form factor?
Show me the insides. Why are there no pictures of the insides? Lianli, why are you like this? SFX Mini ITX.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Nice.
I like the combination of tempered glass and mesh. That's kind of a case of it's got glass up the top so you can see in, and mesh down the bottom so your graphics card doesn't choke.
Yeah, because it's vertical mount GPU.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. But yeah,
interesting. Kind of cool.
ITX isn't my thing. Yeah, I don't like the big fans at the front of the 216. One of my favourite features of the Torrent is the fact that you can reverse the big fans and the small fans. But the 216 is an incredibly versatile case. How much is a 216?
I'm still kind of the opinion that if I ever actually replace my computer case, I'd want to get just one of the frames.
Yeah, that's another option. Is I keep threatening to build a frame PC, and I just actually do a good frame and or custom make a frame case. Yeah, I keep threatening to do this.
Because you can fit a hard drive on there. You can fit an AIO on there. You've got 2 SSDs on the motherboard, so you're done.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, the 216 is really good bang for buck. It's Lianli's competitor to the Pop Air. But to be honest, I probably, if I had to choose between a Lianli 216 and a Fractal Pop Air, I'd probably take the Fractal. Because I really like this case. Oh, look at that, 80 quid for the RGB version.
How much is the XL?
XL.
Yeah, 105.
Yeah, it's so good value for money. Like, this is a PC builder's dream, this case. It's got a good brand on it, it's a good quality case, and it looks awesome. It's just, yeah. Like, I know that's 2 front fans as well, but just that front mesh with the pattern on it, it just looks cool. I love the design of this case. And like, I think Fractal have just really nailed the look of making a case look and feel premium. Like, they've got their stupid clothes tag on it, which is really pretentious, but also it looks nice. I like it, you know. And yeah, like I say, 80 quid, man. That's for the RGB edition. That's really good. The Type-C is downloadable extra. Yeah, this is true. The Type-C is an optional extra, but, you know, when it's 80 quid, I don't feel too mad about that.
Ah, there.
What are my thoughts on the DP100 mini power supply? Has Caradog found the hole yet? Yeah, how are we doing here? Are we ready to start showing stuff off yet? It looks like you've managed to mount the rad mount. So yes. One last quick thing. What is the DP100? DP100 PSU. DP100 power supply. Oh, this thing. Oh, it's a power supply. Yeah, I saw EEV blog did a review of this. I thought it was a hot plate for some reason or other. Yeah. Let's see, 30 volts, 5 amps, 70 quid. Yeah. I mean, it's got a tiny screen on it, but then it's got a jog control over it, and it's PD compatible. Yeah. It seems pretty good. And yeah, apparently it's got good reviews. So, yeah.
Oh, I could do that.
Right. I'm switching back to the bench cam. Bam.
Oh.
Are you making discoveries? Is that the anti-swirl thing that you didn't realise, or?
It's detachable.
I see.
I didn't realise it was detachable.
Ah.
Fair.
Understandable. Have a day. Right. Did we look at Fantex? No. I'll have a quick nose at this while Caradog gets going. Fantex P. Is there was the modern P400? Because the P400A is old, and I'm sure there is a modernised version of it.
Yeah,
the G500. Yeah.
There was the G500 and the G36A and something else.
G360A. Yeah. Yeah, Fantex, let me just quickly swap to this for the picture. Capture. Yeah, so the Fantex G500, I think that's a reasonably good looking case. It's interesting. It's got like a full light bar on it now. Like, I really like the P500. Is that still exist? But the P500 is a bit too big for my taste. Oh, it looks like the P500 is dead, which is a shame because that's a good looking case. Yeah, the G500A is just the way ahead for that's Fantex. Looks like that's Fantex's flagship now. And yeah, I think it's a good looking case. Yeah, it's not bad. I don't like the wedge front. That's not my cup of tea.
On the
On the G500. So yes, Johnsbow D31. All right, a last one I'm looking at. Johnsbow D31.
Is that the teeny tiny one? Oh no.
Oh, interesting. M80X mesh with a smart screen on front. That's kind of neat. This isn't something that I would use because I don't look at the front of my computer. I have it at an angle so I can see in the side. But that's a really cool looking case. If you wanted to do a fancy micro ATX build, that's very cool.
If that came in silver, it'd almost be Amy 2.0.
Yeah. Jay says I'm a huge PH fan. Yeah, that's cool. I dig it. Not something that I would use because it's micro ATX. But yeah, that's cool. I think that's neat. Right. Whoop. But down.
Fine. I'm going to wonder where I put the fitting. Did I chuck it back in the box?
All right.
I did.
I'm going to use the bathroom while you start building.
So yes, I think I very loosely worked out where I'm going to put stuff.
BRB.
Was it German? What was German? Ah, yes. Gehause. Schwarz. I presume because it's a German listing on the Amazon. How do I make this small again? There we go. Time to use ultrasonic draining clip. What? No! Just go back to using the line call 2 in the shop because I'm willing to bet it sells these off. I'll have you know, nothing has been sold. Nothing at all. It's all still here. All of it. Other than a couple of motherboards. The motherboards went. Graham did something. Praise him for that. But shh.
Hello. You alright there?
Yes. We weren't talking about you. No idea what you mean.
I heard nothing.
I mean, I usually find that's the best way. Make it incredibly suspicious.
I'm going to eat this pack of crisps before I put my microphone back on.
Nom 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 nom.
Loving the Height Y70 touch case just to say, 350 quid. Bloody hell. Yeah. That's terrible, man.
Yeah.
GameAx is a tier F PSU, replace immediately. This one is fine. We had this conversation earlier on, so I won't go through the details of it. However, we've had no issues with any of the GameAx PSUs that we've been running, and we thrashed them. So, yeah. It's not that I recommend them, but it's fine. Basically, it's fine. Right. Crisps.
Nom 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 nom.
Oh.
Crunch. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. They're like, oh yes, I have the 90-degree things. It may allow me to slide the hard drive cage in here still. But yes, my loose plan thus far, I think, oh, AC. Yeah. So out here, up there, out there, in there, out there, in here, out here, in there. I think. So then that will mean it's going in the in, out the out. Doesn't matter about the in and out here, into there. So yes. Fine. So I'm going to commit on this connector.
My crunching is audible, so I'm retreating over here.
Very well.
I'll crunch into the soundproof tiles.
So reverse order to most people. Cool. Well, guess what, JD? I'm not most people.
There'll be no jank this time, we said.
Well, yeah. There you go. That'll go like that. Go and stay. So what was the fitting instructions for this? Just nibble and shimmy.
Yes. Rubber into the clip first, then shuffle the pumpkin.
The pumpkin?
Look, I'm finishing my apple. Hi, I'm back.
I can remember.
Right.
I'm trying very, very hard to not push on the clip at all.
It's not fragile, but also it won't take the brunt. However, yeah, this was a lot easier when it wasn't mounted on something.
How do I even... Yeah. I don't know why I'm struggling. I was like, I don't know why I'm struggling getting this on.
Oh yeah, there we go, that's working. Uh-oh.
Please take.
Yep.
Be gone, you bastard.
This is why I don't make my designs available to the public. I'm just like, it's not bad, but that doesn't mean it's good for everyone, you know?
The pump just fell out, didn't it? Yep. Shh, it never happened.
There's not really any commentary I can give on this at the moment. It's just a thing that needs to occur right now.
There we go.
Huzzah. Okay. Right.
Engage with the thread, please and thank you.
Very good. So yes, all in all with cases, there doesn't seem to be again, like I can't remember who said it earlier on, but there's just not a lot of super inspiring stuff out there at the moment. There's certainly a couple of options that are nice, and like if someone is just doing like a bog standard build, there are certainly recommendations that I make, like the pop air and stuff like that. But there's no real iconic ones out there that I care about, because the current meta is dual chamber cases. And yeah, that's the problem. All the new releases, everyone's making dual chamber cases, and I'm like, I don't care. That's not. I want something else. So yeah, this stream needs more Easter. It's true, but only a fool buys Easter eggs before Easter. The smart man buys them the day after Easter when they're half price.
Same with Valentine's chocolate.
Dual chamber is back. Well, yeah, I suppose it's certainly become hot now. Dual chamber has been around for a while, as you say. The 011D has been a standard for quite a long time, but just weirdly, the height Y70 just suddenly massively popularized it by having a screen on the front. What are dual chamber cases for? 2 computers? The theory of dual chamber cases is that it takes all of the gubbins, so the wiring, the power supply, hard drives, stuff like that, and puts it in a separate chamber on the back of the case, so it's not cluttering up the front of it. That's the theory, and it mostly works. However, the compromise is, and one of the advantages, this means that you can have, the case can be fairly short. But the compromise is that dual chamber cases are very wide, which is what I don't like about them. I think dual chamber cases are just very wide. They have a bigger footprint, which means even though they're lower on the desk, they're wider, so they take up more space on the table. And I'm like, I would prefer to have a tower design that's thinner and taller. So that's kind of my beef with dual chamber. I don't think they're bad per se, it's just not my thing. But the reason why everyone's going gaga for dual chamber cases at the moment is that most of them involve having front and side glass and possibly a 3/4 panel, so you get a big panoramic fishbowl cabinet case look. And the 3/4 look at a dual chamber case looks spectacular. And I think that's what most people like about them, is they get that panoramic wraparound glass look, and I think that is why they are popular, and I can completely vibe with that. I understand why people like that, but for me, I'd just rather have a tower case and put it sideways personally. But also that's because I have a massive desk at home. I've got like a 2 meter long desk, and I have a 2 meter long desk specifically so I can have my computer at 45 degrees and admire it, because I like to look at my own stuff.
Also, imagine not just having a 2 meter desk.
Yeah, some people have got small bedrooms,
Horrifying.
I know you're being facetious, but also just in all seriousness, some people don't got space for that, and I get it,
Who doesn't have a 2 meter by 90 centimeter desk?
Yeah. Desk larger than your flat. Yeah, well, I mean, basically, if you walk into my flat, and the living room is just desk, computer, kitchen, bedroom. That's my entire flat,
Yeah, we can do that.
I like to look at my own stuff, Graham 2024. I mean, who doesn't, quite frankly?
Like to look at your stuff or their own stuff?
Hey, you said it, not me. Did you try to print adapters for different power tools batteries? Not something I've required. Whoop. Yeah, I got a cheap power drill, and I have a battery for it. That's about it, basically. Also, have you got all of your fittings and rings and stuff?
I didn't mean to screw that on. Whoops. Oh,
Yes, and before you force that on, should you put one of these rings on?
No, because I'm replacing all of this tubing.
Oh, okay.
Because this is all the used stuff.
I was wondering if that was deliberate or not.
Yeah, because I'm seeing if it works.
Yeah, you're sizing it up with the crappy tubing, and then you're going to get the nice stuff out. Fair enough.
Yeah. Also, just seeing if runs actually work the way I think they will.
Yeah.
And the answer is, so far, shockingly, yes.
I see. Tweebit says, "Hey Graham, I still love you." Thanks.
On you go. On, get. There you go.
I think one of the restrictions of getting a really nice, good-looking loop into this case is just that it's just an old-fashioned looking case. Don't get me wrong, it's very functional, but it's still got drive cages, you know?
Where is...
says, "Can I get this PC $3,000? Yes, definitely.
Yeah?
I would say so. The motherboard's a bit overpriced, but yeah, the CPU is very attainable. Graphics card is also very attainable. Custom water cooling loop. Parts cost, not that high. Build cost is what makes water cooling difficult.
Yeah, I looked recently at how much all of the bits were when I first did the water cooling. It was about 500, 550.
JD says, "Not out the top of the GPU into the pump. Will fit behind the CPU to GPU run."
What?
Yeah, I was...
Not out the top of the GPU to the pump. No, I'm going out the bottom of the GPU and then going behind there to go up thusly.
Yeah.
Although I could, I guess, go out the top of there and just go straight across.
Yeah. Arnold says, "Would it be better to have a Y split?" No.
No.
You don't. The problem with Y split is that something path of least resistance. You'll basically lose pressure to the more resistant path, and that path will get crappy cooling. So yeah.
Are they on here?
Fractal Pop Mini is $150 in your local currency.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. That's not atrocious, but it's also not great.
Is it there? Ah, it's there. I have one more of these EK ones, and I don't like the EK ones. So
So you want to bury them in here?
yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to use pliers basically every time.
Yeah. These EK fittings are dumb, and I don't know who designed them.
Whereas, to give you a nice comparison, that is the
All knurled. Alpha Cool?
Barrow.
Barrow, yeah.
And you've actually got a nailed bit there that you can...
I still don't understand why all water cooling fittings do not have flats on two sides so you can put a spanner on them.
Yeah.
I don't understand what planet any designer of water cooling components didn't think, let's put flats on two sides so if one gets stuck, you can put a spanner on it.
Yeah.
Because these things get stuck all the time. But, nah. Would you consider Intel's new Battlemage Arc GPUs, considering Intel have drastically improved Arc drivers recently? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Arc at the moment because, like,
yes, if they do an actual limited edition one.
yeah, if they've got a nice one and if they're well priced, which they probably will be because they're pricing them to sell.
Yeah.
You know,
Like,
but
if they've got a nice limited edition one, yeah, I'll buy it invariably.
yeah, I mean, I understood why you were an early adopter with the alchemy cards. Alchemist, yeah. With the alchemist cards because supporting a newcomer, but like Arc is dead, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like that's what I was saying. If they came out with like a nice actually special edition with worthwhile trinkets,
I suppose because
effectively.
even if Arc as a platform is functionally dead and Battle Mage is just them pushing out the last stuff that was in the pipeline,
Yeah.
you could then say, well, it was the last one they did and arguably the best one they did, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I guess that would make sense. And like they're not bad. Like the stream PC we're running now has got the A770 in
Yeah.
it, the A770 special edition, and it's fine. It's great in the stream PC. Again, don't know if you wouldn't really want to game with it, but we had issues, but yeah. Nothing stops you from grabbing a vice grip, I suppose, but also just spanners.
Right. Going back to what you said, JD. You said the second option was what you were saying, but I don't know what the second option was. What's the second option coming out of here and going into there across like that?
I would agree with that sentiment if it was. Let's see. Dave Elsa just got us a 770 for £300. I can't remember, what was the A770 equivalent to, roughly?
3060.
Yeah, so £300.
3060, 6600.
Yeah, so like 300 quid's a bit dear for them, but like having 16 gigs of VRAM is kind of nice for that class of card. So yeah.
Yeah, 6600, 7600, that sort of area.
Yeah. Right. I'm tempted to say do that anyway, because I think that will be a nicer run, because it will get rid of this loop, just to have to go whoop across there. It does mean putting another 90 degree in, which is arguably restrictive, but like flow rate isn't the enemy in this loop anyway. So, JD said, kinda rather out the top from the left, as the block shouldn't care. So yes is the answer then.
Yeah. But I was saying coming out of this one, and he said, or this one.
Oh right, yes.
Yeah, either of those.
Yeah, so you could go in, out.
Yeah,
so in the left, out the right.
Yeah, or out of there.
Yeah, but then you've got to go behind this one, which
is that's what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Intel Arc is getting updates all the time. The games keep improving. Apparently they're making a new 800 series. Yeah, I mean certainly they've been working on Arc. I think its future is still very foggy.
At some point it won't be shit.
Yeah, this is the problem.
What size is that?
What size?
Yeah, it's a hex.
Oh, I see. Yeah, 15. Let me grab the thing.
I require a thing for the hexing.
Yeah, the problem with Arc is when we say they're making improvements and stuff like that,
they're reaching the heady heights of being a 3060.
Yeah, and also all of these improvements are also
bigger.
H6. All of these improvements that they're talking about is stuff like monitors working and and
games actually launching,
shaders working and being able to alt tab out of a game and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, that's the problem. This is what we're dealing with here, And like, not all games, yada yada yada. It depends on what you play, but that's kind of the issue, 6. Ow! I stabbed myself. Whoop. I'm not sure if the block is directional or not. Might be so. Just check. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
EK 5700 XT water block.
Yeah, it's the velocity, I think.
Vector?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah, quantum vector.
Yeah. Quantum vector. Can we get a manual? Installation manual.
Installation manual.
Mounting.
Connecting the RGB that got snipped off.
Because you're a monster.
Oh, up. That one.
Yeah, that doesn't show any flow direction. You can configure any port as an inlet or outlet.
Yes.
Quote.
Do not forget to plug the remaining ones. Yes.
Yes. I mean,
That's a very me thing.
yeah.
Just kind of.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is not a directional block, no. This is for apparently the special edition, but I can't see a world where this is meaningfully different from the exact one you have, so yeah. Yeah. Arc is hopefully like Ryzen. First generation is the beta test. Yeah, we'll see. The problem is that Intel are bleeding money like a bath without a plug.
The problem is Intel is basically not competitive in any of the markets they're in.
Yeah, and like if Intel were competitive on CPUs and servers, then they can afford to leak money like a bath without a plug into Arc, but they're bleeding money like a bath without a plug in every department right now, so they can't afford to just keep dumping money into Arc. And I think the shareholders are saying, why are we still dumping money into this when it just isn't working, you know? So Arc is Intel developing a new market. It sure is, but when your company is leaking money like a bath without a plug, and they've been chipping away at Arc for how long, you know?
I mean, don't forget, Arc was supposed to have launched in 2019.
Yeah. It is now 2024, and they don't have a competitive product. You know, like Ryzen first gen wasn't competitive, but second gen came out like.
Was.
Well, okay.
It equaled and arguably beat the current Intel processors on multi-threading, and
Sure.
on single threading was 20% behind, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it had a market where it
Sure.
was as good as
Yeah.
or better. Whereas Arc doesn't have any use case
Yeah,
where it's
but
as good as.
Also, but my point is that the Ryzen Zen Plus was out like a year later or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually really short.
Yeah, like a year later, we had an improvement that was now actually superior and doing extremely well. Whereas Arc, we're 4 years past release date. It was late. And now 4 years after the point when it was supposed to come out, they don't have anything that is actually competitive, and it's very debatable whether it is viable. So, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. It's functional. It's just busier than I wanted. Than I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think you can escape this with soft tubing. Like we've kind of found this is kind of what we found the last couple of times we tried to do soft tubing, is just actually doing good looking soft tubing is really hard. I'm going to adjust the camera and pull out a bit. Paige says, "Gosh, it sounds like they're leaking money like some kind of large basin without a stopper." Indeed. If I keep saying the same words over and over, it increases their impact.
And the camera's just like, oh!
Yep, the
fuck.
camera reset and decided to look somewhere else. Shameful display. Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Ah! Yeah! 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 Alright, that's the angle we're going for now. This is Dutch angle stream.
But yeah, that's kind of
G'day.
why I wanted to come out of here. just because it moved this tube out
Yeah.
of here
Well-
and put it down here.
Yeah. Now you've just run that. Now you've just run this one along the top. That looks good. You'll
Yeah.
need a 90 there, though. I
Yeah,
guess,
I'll
won't
need
you? Yeah.
something there just to
Yeah.
pull that out a little bit. But other than that,
Yeah.
I still feel like this should come out of here across there.
Hypothetically, what if you went? What if you just reverse the order? Come out of the pump into the GPU, into the CPU, into the RAD, return to res.
Can do, but I need to swap the tubing around just because obviously this is a directional block.
Yeah.
But yes, can do.
Because the problem is that the end of our run is here and needs to get to there, which is annoying. Whereas if this was the start of our run, we can just come up into here and then go through the loop.
But I don't see how that's any different to moving this one.
True. I think the main issue is just if we come out the bottom and it goes up to there, it has to come through here, which is the annoying bit. If we reversed the loop, if we reversed the flow direction, it stops this crossover here basically,
Oh, I see. Okay.
and that's why I think it will clean it up. It gets rid of the crossed hoses, and then we'll have a nice visual loop, which I think is what will make it look tidy.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to.
Respect the fluid gravity? No, because D5 pump go burr. Basically, yeah, gravity is not a factor here. Also, it's a sealed system, which also helps. Graham, you need to tidy. I know, I'm working on it. I know. Pinch toes coming out the rad. Yeah, this is is a mock-up at the moment. We're going to fix that. Do we have enough tubing? We do. We're currently just a lot of this is grot tubing. All of this like milky white stuff. We're not actually going to use this for reals. We're currently just testing out with that at the moment.
Yeah. Like the only piece I was considering using was this one.
Yeah.
Just because this one's actually fresh.
Yeah. I still need to put those other hoses into the ultrasonic to see if that cleans them up. But I would imagine it's probably kind of embedded in, and I don't think it's going to do anything.
Come here, you.
Hello, Dale. Evening, guys. Late joining you this week. In fact, it's been a while. Hope all is well. It is well, thank you. Yeah, we're hanging out. We're building a water cooling loop, and we're doing it slow and steady because we kind of want this one to look nice. So we're sort of putting in the effort to see if we can make something that looks presentable. So I says, I don't know that milk is the solution. No, it's not.
No, I do have to actually swap them just because of the length.
Used a 4000 for the first loop. Route you're switching to was what you went for. Great case. Yeah, it's a very utilitarian case, this. My beef with it is just the drive cages just make it cumbersome to work in these days. And like if you need the utility of the drive cages, then it's great. But it also just means that like all of the front fan mounts are really weird, and the drive cages make for awkward shapes in the case. And a lot of modern cases are very focused on just having a big square box inside, which is why they look so clean. Whereas this is a very old-fashioned style case. Do not put milk in your lube. Can confirm.
In your lube?
In your lube.
Oh, okay.
Caradog just did the inhale that sounded like that moment where you're like, I'm going to inhale and breathe deeply because otherwise I'm going to throw this across the room. Can you use straight on the reservoir and the 90 on the RAD and the GPU? Yeah, I think so. I think we're kind of doing that. But can milk go off if there is no oxygen? I'm not sure, but also oxygen will find its way in, so that's not a dice you want to roll.
Finds a way.
Yeah. There's still the heat. Yeah, considering your milk is going to be a a nice tepid 30 degrees, I'd definitely not test that.
What, like that?
Yeah, basically. So you're just pumping directly into
that.
the GPU. Yeah. Reverse those so the you have yeah. And then that guy goes into the top, and yeah, I think that's going to look good. 90 up there to fix the pinch. Yeah. Water cooling is harder than it looks. Because, like, we thought, you know, like, we think we've got this figured out, yet it's taken us, like, 2 hours to figure out the loop and such in a way that actually doesn't look terrible. Which is, like, not a dig at you for taking a while or anything, but, like, it's just like, yeah, you put it all in place, and you're like, that's not everything I hoped and dreamed, and it actually takes a significant amount of time to figure out how to make it look good. Also, you're going to be heat cycling the milk. This is true. The important thing is that you shouldn't fill your water cooling loop with milk. Jay's 2 cents put chocolate milk in a loop. It didn't end well. I can imagine there. Yeah.
Oh,
I'll get it.
that is vanished.
Whoop.
Where did it
Mineral
go?
oil spirits.
What there.
Yeah, mineral oil would theoretically work. You just don't need to do that in a water cooling loop.
I'd imagine you'd have very little thermal capacity.
Yeah, because like this is obviously a reference to full submersion cooling, where you just drop the entire PC into a tank of mineral oil, which totally works. And I think that works just by having so much thermal mass that there is no planet where the PC can actually saturate it.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Obviously cut to length, but something like that.
Yeah, I think that works. Frustratingly, it looks like it's going to hold the pump at a slight odd angle within that
Oh yeah,
clamp.
because this is too long and so on.
Okay, yeah, so
This
it might work out once it's in
causing
position.
a weird angle,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Fettle that and that'll work, and yeah, fair enough. Yeah, what do we think? I think that looks good because we now have a nice clear loop, and there's even room for you to put the drive cage in. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we have way more space there than I thought.
Mineral oil is just worse than water. Yeah, as I say, the advantage of that is just thermal capacity, but also like full submersion cooling is just a stunt. By and large, like, I think there are some niche uses where some servers have run it, but by and large, the problem with it is that it is a maintenance nightmare, because if you need to change anything, you lift it out of the mineral oil, and now you have the entire thing is just dripping in oil. So it's great until you need to do maintenance.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go for that and not use the 90 there.
Yeah.
Probably.
90 on the rad, or is the fan in the way? Yeah, we're going to put a 90 on the rad. Yeah. Assuming we can get one out, because like it needs to clear the fan.
Yeah. Well, I was actually going to do more like that.
Oh yeah, and then just have it. Yeah.
Just have it loop somehow.
Yeah, that'll work. It's going to be imperfect one way or the other, isn't it? So yeah.
But yeah, I think something loosely like that. Cool. Okay.
Cool. Okay. Right, we're going for it. Are you swapping those, or are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you just get? Are you getting those the exact ones, so then you can just match length them to cut to the?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, so Caradog's just trimming these hoses to the exact right lengths, and then he'll get the nice hose and be like, right, it needs to be this long.
Yeah, or at least, you know, kind of a case of here is the minimum, viable length for it. So we'll make sure we're smidgen longer than that kind of thing.
Yeah. Is there liquid short corrosion proof for leak mitigation? No. However, this is why you do a fill test first, and you do a fill test and you start up the pump with the computer turned off, and you hope that nothing leaks. And if it leaks, then you take it all out and you leave it to dry before you try it again. But like, liquid doesn't kill a board, corrosion does, and corrosion doesn't happen unless you leave the power connected or you don't dry it out. But like, we've drenched boards before. We've had liquid spills or puddles on motherboards where there's just been standing water on the motherboard, and you just power it all down. You leave it to, you pat it dry, and you leave it to dry for 24 or 48 hours, and then it's fine, basically. Demineralized water with some additives. Yeah, the actual we're going to do a test with tap water. We'll leak test with tap water, and the real stuff we're going to use will be, we've got some Corsair XL5 performance coolant, which is just whatever the Corsair stuff is, and that'll be fit for purpose. Whoop. Builders now recommend an air pump with a meter to check for leaks. Yeah, that's another way of doing it, and those air pumps, I think that's a good way of doing it. That's certainly a safer way to test, because you can effectively check for leaks without doing a full send.
We need to separate those two.
Oh, I see.
Because I've accidentally unscrewed.
Oh, you come off of, yeah. All right, stand by.
Yes.
Let me find, where is it? Still over there? It is. I'm going to get the vise. Oh no, it's one of the EK fittings.
Vice of knowledge. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't too sure.
This is going to be horrifying.
Fine.
I'm going to try and use this with the rubber grips first, but I don't think they're going to hold. Okay, pliers, please. I'm probably going to mark this.
Hey, probably.
Nope, that's turning. No. There we go.
Stupid hacking fittings.
Yeah, it's because we keep using tap water in these loops.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like,
there is some corrosion in there.
Those
By
are
some, I mean a reasonable amount.
Yeah, like this is a problem of our own creation, but also like a lot of the water cooling stuff we've done has been largely experimental. So,
Right, let's try and get this back in there. I'm going to...
There's so many round things on the counter that keep rolling and making a noise. Wah. And I'm trying to take things off of the counter when I can, just to reduce clutter. All right. To the face cam. Which
To the walls.
I switched to the face cam, but that just showed people even less. It was just like, instead of looking at the bottom of the case, now you can just see Caradog hiding inside the case again. Hello, I'm coming at you live from inside my Corsair. Particles of anything are the mortal enemy of microfins. It's true.
No is the answer to that question.
What do you, yeah, okay.
Also, now I have secret tunnel stuck in my head.
You've got what in your head?
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
I don't know what that is. Is he ever going to get this thing together? Yeah, it's going to start coming together now because we've actually figured out how the loop is going to work. It's taken us a while to actually find a loop order and layout that seems not terrible. This is also why we keep doing water cooling stuff, because we're trying to get practice. There's been one or two times where we've wanted to do water cooling semi-serious. Well, there's been a couple of times where we've wanted to do water cooling seriously and just suddenly found that we were completely out of our depth, no pun intended. And so at that point we were like, we need more practice at this. So we're kind of just doing it when we have the chance. And like doing it on the test bench, we've got that nailed down now. But actually doing a tidy loop that looks good in a case is harder than it looks. Seven-hour stream. Maybe. I've enjoyed this conversation in English. No, it's too soon. It's too soon. I know we're coming up to the 3-hour marker, but yeah. That much being said, because we're actually putting this in for real, I think we're actually going to come together fairly quickly in a moment.
Stupid.
3 more hours. No, it won't be that long. The harder bit at the moment is just at the moment we're just getting a couple of fittings into place, but once those fittings are good, the pipe will go in, and like as soon as the hoses are in, just suddenly we're going to be filling up, and then the filling is going to be like 10 or 15 minutes, and then suddenly we're done. So yeah, this is one of those projects where the prep is like 90% of the work. That was another big breath there.
I don't understand how this is difficult. It's just a thing on a thing.
If you want to tag out and have me plug some hoses in, then, you know.
And it's a thing that's supposed to go on the thing. I really want to grab it, but I can't put my hands in the places I want to, you know.
Do you need my cute girly hands?
Not for the computer. I'm not going to use that hose because, like, how are you going to plug that in twice for me?
Yeah, fair enough.
Secret tunnel. Fuck me. There is no way of doing this neatly. I don't think. Oh no. Oh no. Is there any way you can put your hand on the knurled bit and twist the connector so it's facing 180 degrees opposite? So it's pointing pointing here because it's unscrewing.
Yes. Okay. Understood.
That's why you need to hold it.
All right.
And it can't go that way because the fan's in the way.
Yep, let's swap places a sec.
Indeed.
We could also just take the fan off, which will be difficult, but might be less difficult at this point.
We could do, but it was also just a case of if you can get both hands in there and twist it, it is a case of just kind of going,
Yeah.
Just because I don't think a 90 degree works in there. Because of the fan height to 90 degree height.
Right. I think that's tight. Right, that is on tightly now, so you can rotate that up, should you wish.
No, need to see if we can run the tubing behind.
Oh, that's adventurous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's certainly on now, so yeah. I'm gonna try and go around the back of the radiator. Like, that'll look awesome if that works, because that'll just hide the hose.
I'm going to be smart.
Yeah. Yeah. I would
Because
actually run in from the other direction at this point.
I Where are we gonna go? We're gonna go.
Do you want me to try and thread it in?
Give me 2 seconds to work out what I'm even doing.
Yeah, okay.
I'll use this bit. Oh, if I go...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. If you do that with the end of the actual spool of the reel of hose,
and then I will... something like that.
Yeah.
And then that can loop out into that bit. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough fitment, but once it's in, that'll be fine and dandy.
Oh, actually, I think this is the correct length.
Yeah.
I'm just going to...
Are you going to full send?
In a second, I'm going to grab this and twist this.
Yeah.
And go past the connector and hold it past the connector and then see if it is actually long enough.
I would try and adjust this and
isn't.
explain what's going on, but by the time we've done that, it'll just be in place.
It needs to be longer.
All right.
Let me straighten my hose.
All right.
Yeah, we're just going like that, aren't we? And then...
Okay. I'm going to very adventurously try and get a camera angle on this, just so I'm not standing around like a lemon.
And then we're going to go... That's going to do something like that. And then I will allow you to... Oh, do you know what would be a good idea beforehand?
Yeah, I mean, you can thread that all the way through from the end, I guess.
Yeah, but I was just like, oh yes, before we get all the way in, then suddenly go, oh no, I've forgotten the vital connecting bits.
Yes. All right, that's a lot of pipe. It sure is. We're going to put all of that in there. There's just going to be a big reel at the bottom. Oh, you do. Oh, okay, you're doing that. All right.
Yeah, just because I can't grip it the other way around.
Sure.
To stick the force in there. Also, I need to...
Yeah, is that not going to kink the hose?
I'm going to pull it
back
round, so I'm going to re-spin the connector.
Put it on,
but
and
it's
then pull it around.
easier to put it in this way.
Sure thing. Yep.
I want a thing to stuff in there that's slightly smaller than the fitting, just because I'm having difficulties getting it on, and I want to flare the end out.
Right.
So I'm just like...
Right. Some people have said spit on it as well for lubrication and such. Do I have... I don't think I've got anything that you can really like jam in there per se.
No.
Yes.
Oh, I've also got the slightly smart idea.
Hmm.
I'm just going to jam a fitting in there.
Yeah. Fairy liquid, yes.
And flare it there.
Immerse in hot water for 30 seconds. I like that idea a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, would you like a mug of hot water?
I think that will be, prudent.
Yeah, that's actually a very good idea.
Is that actually going on flat? Yeah. Cool.
I'm going to grab some hot water.
Cool. Oh. What? Bunnings? Bunnings? Question?
I'm just going to put the kettle on because we've got hot water from the tap, but it's probably going to go cold in 5 minutes. So by the time we actually want to use it, it will have gone cold.
Yeah. But yes.
Use a pliers handle end to stretch. That could also work as well, yeah. Okay.
Yes. I do enjoy the fact that this was described as food safe and it smells and tastes horrid.
Hmm.
And I'm like,
yeah.
Safe, sure, in the loosest sense.
Yeah. Well, that probably means it's not going to leak anything into the fluid, but like these have gone grotty because they just had warm tap water in them, though.
Oh yeah, no. I meant like this stuff. You know, when we opened the packet, and we're just like,
yeah. Just
Jesus.
immediately smelt of PVC. Yes. Yeah, that'll do.
Oh. I'm trying to sell £4,000 barbecues.
Right, waiting for the
Who
kettle.
wants a £4,000 barbecue anyway? Also, I enjoy my screw placement.
I saw you doing that and I was like, it's fine. Like, if you reversed those so they were staggered, I would be okay with it.
It was also because it was on its side and I just wanted to get the top two in so it held in place and then forgot all about it. You won't die if you drink from it, just regret life, yes.
Right.
Secret tunnel.
I don't even know what you're singing. So it's annoying me because I don't know it. I'm going to get the kettle. It's almost done. I'm just standing around waiting for the kettle.
Yes, for £4,000 you'd expect a Michelin star chef to come cook for you too. Interesting little factoid that some people seem to not know is that Michelin, as in the tyre people, and Michelin, as in the starring and rosetting of restaurants and so on, are the same people.
Oh, I see.
Very well.
Huh.
Because when you're first creating tyres and cars, and people need to drive places, but they don't know about anywhere, why are they going to use your tyres to drive places if they don't have anywhere to drive to? Because driving isn't a popular pastime. So you create a guide of restaurants that are worth people travelling to, using your tyres, therefore wearing their tyres, and using their vehicle.
Fair enough. All right.
Yes. Very good, Paige. As Paige says, they'd know what tastes rubbery.
It's true. That is boiling, be aware.
Excellent.
And there's the cap for this flask in case you actually want to secure the boiling water. How's the GameX PSU holding up? I believe the PSU tier list isn't very fond of them. That's what I say to that. The GameX PSU is fine.
Oh, it's gone very soft.
Oh wow,
my.
Yeah. The boiling water might have been a bit aggressive, but hey, if it works, it works. Sleepwalker says, tread carefully, Caradog.
Na 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 na. Is this a crime? Probably.
Those tubes are rated for like 50 or 60 C. Okay, yeah, so the boiling water is probably a tad hot. All right, okay.
Just wait for you to go hard again.
Yeah. Shall I put a bit of cold into that? Because that water is too hot for these tubes, possibly. That should screw on.
Ah, I see. I saw there was contraption. I was like, what?
So you can drink from the flask.
But yeah, usually they have, all the ones I've seen have like a tube going to the bottom so you can get the bits out the bottom without having to go.
Oh, okay.
And I was just like, is it a really weird lid clicky thing? So you put it on and then click it down and it's like extra secure? But no. Are you hard yet?
Look, you can't just ask something if that's hard yet.
Do you require fluffing?
So, what's going on in chat at the moment? Yeah. Is a back fan not needed when water cooling? I mean, a back fan is not necessarily needed anyway. It just depends on, you can have, this computer before it came in was running a triple exhaust out the top, and it's still going to have a triple exhaust out the top now. So we don't need a rear fan because there are 3 top exhausts. Back fan is just the default place to put an exhaust. Okay. Right, how are we feeling? Ooh. He's done the swivel, which I can't catch on camera because there's just no world where I can get the camera in there. However, it might be working. Just
are you able to grab that so it comes?
Pull it out.
Yeah.
Ow, ow.
Ah, there we go.
Yep. Don't mind me making some very concerned faces there. I'm just assuming that there is a plan at the moment.
No, the tubing has, I think, lost too much integrity.
It's just too hot.
And has probably...
Is it now just kinking?
Slightly, but it's also a case of... I don't know if that's actually a problem.
Let's have a look.
Does it instantly change shape if I go? I think with a little bit of twisting.
Yeah, and
that will
also,
be okay.
Can we swap places a sec?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, because also, like, if we just pre-tension that and push the cable toward the back of the hose toward the back of the case a bit, and that should just deter that kink from forming. Yeah. This is one of those awkward moments where just it's kind of like sometimes when you're tidying cables and sometimes there's a single cable run that you spend half an hour on just to get a particular cable in the right place, and it feels terrible, but once it's in there, it's done and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
I just went to try and reach into the case through this mesh.
And this is why when building computers, sometimes doing all the cabling actually takes a really long time, and you just skip through all of that when you edit the video, because it's just, sometimes it's just an hour of struggling with cables and there's just not much to see and say about it.
Ah. A prying tool.
Prying tool, sure thing. Like, yep, you have my support. I don't know what's happening at the moment, but you know that's fine. It's just sometimes we just gotta get her done.
Will you please go the other side of that cable? There we go.
All right, water cooling ASMR. Yeah, just quiet swearing and I'm just get in the kitchen. All right. Question: will an 8-pin EPS cable still work? As long as it's plugged in.
Okay, that can stay like that.
Sending thoughts and prayers. Thanks, Geddes.
That can.
I feel like we need to do that in the most horrible Facebook way now, where just everyone just spams brain emoji and pray emoji for thoughts and prayers. You can see that being a thing. Oh, does it fit through the area with the hose? Yeah. Yes, everything is still in place at the moment. The EPS connector is already in and in place. I think we're just trying to negotiate around the radiator cables is the current issue that we're trying to resolve right now, I believe. Oh, Lord, help him.
Is that, yeah. And then that can, something like that.
All right, are we
getting there?
okay? This is one of those situations where taking the rad out definitely would have made this a lot easier, but
yeah,
you know, I feel like we're kind of committed at the moment. Is he speaking in tongues? Yes.
Yeah, I was going to
Hello,
say.
Felix. Still able to drop in a hi and happy Easter. Happy Easter to you too. All right, how are we doing? Yeah, we're loosening the radiator.
Oh, I was just going to take it out.
We're taking out the radiator.
Because whilst it's possible, it's also a case of it's not necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, it's half me to comment. I can't see what's going on, so I don't know. Right. It's an all-nighter. No. Well, this is just this is just like I say. This is the one run that is doing an obscure thing. Right. I think we've now taken out the rad, which is what we should have done about half an hour ago. Correction, an hour ago. And now we can just order everything correctly.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yes, that hose looks goosed. I'm going to put some cold into this because the water's too hot and it's just goosed the hose. All right. Right, that is cold enough to dip my little finger into now.
Fair.
So it's probably about 50 or 60, so don't leave it in there for a long time. But that should be at mounting temperature, not melting temperature now. Okay, right.
I don't know where you've come from, but okay.
Right. Are we sure we don't want those wires just going straight out the back of the case?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, they're going to.
But we want them on top of.
Oh, see, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. I also see that you had the hose going between the fan cables, which was massively complexifying things.
Can you pull that through that centre hole?
Yep, I'm going to stick my arm in there and just try not to elbow you in the face.
Centre,
back,
please.
Yep. Can't see what I'm doing here. Hold on. Okay. Yep, we're going in.
Cool. And then that needs to unhook from there. And then come here. Go over top of there. That roughly around like that.
I see. Oh my days.
Oh, that has to go in that way around to get in there.
So,
there you go.
All right. Okay. Okay. You need to lift everything up and over the VRM heat sinks.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. The fan wires are an issue at the moment. I'm going to come around and adjust. Yeah. Okay. I think you should be able to. Yeah. That hose looks like it's behaving now. Right, do you want me to come in with screws?
There we go, and then that can come off of there.
Say if ready.
Where are the holes? There are the holes. There you go.
All right. Is that the right place for that? Oh, it's going in there now, I guess.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
it should have rubber grommets in there.
Right. Yes, we were drinking at the start of this stream. I think both of us have sobered up now because we've both reached that point of we're kind of bored of this and want to be finished now. However, also, we made a bit of a mountain out of a molehill. However, I think we've just cracked this and now everything is just going to plug in. It'll be great. You'll see.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, the rad is back in and the difficult hose is in place and it's not kinking. So that hose is deleted. It's going behind the rad, it's invisible. It looks amazing, right? Okay, yeah, should have taken the hose out should have taken the rad out an hour ago, but it's in, we're on our way.
Yeah, I expected it to.
And you said you were going to be professional today. Hey, this isn't unprofessional. It's just long-winded. Lies, more lies, never-ending lies.
Actually, I believe it's lies, damn lies, and statistics, but.
Oh, is that the fans connected again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. I'm going to grab a zip tie and zip tie those to there just so they don't flap around. Just simply so we can lift and lay it without it jumping out of place.
There you go.
Yeah, that's fine. It just means that when we lay it down, it won't lay on the cable. Good.
I want you up like that. And if I put that like that-ish, yeah, that works. Cool, good, fine.
Dave Weldon says, I'm just waiting for the warm ending when Graham says that although nothing has been completed today, there's been a lot that was learned. And I feel extremely called out by this. No flapping zone.
Cool.
Okay. Right, are we cruising again?
That's that one. Where did I put them? Where did I put them?
What are you looking for?
The tubes that were on top of the green case. The ones that were cut to length.
There's those. There's that. There's a hose there. There's another hose there.
Was it those ones? I thought.
Yeah, it must have been. There are no more hoses here. The reel is on the floor, as all things should be.
It's not that I don't believe you. It's just the fact that I'm very confused as to what I did otherwise.
I'll put this reel back in the box.
That's that. That's that.
There's another 2 hoses in this box.
That could be that one. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just intrigued. Fine. I require one of this length.
Right. Spool is there. Okay. Right. Are we able to lay down again? Or are we going?
Yeah.
Yep. We're at a weird angle at the moment and we probably don't need to be. Okay, right. I'll face cam. Okay, right. We're very tired, but we're nearly there. It's the final stretch. Yeah, that water was too hot. Hot tamale, hot tamale.
We're coming out of there and going into there, so it's going into there.
Yep.
Fine.
Oh, that camera's not going to be able to see directly down. We're going to have a bit of a Dutch angle. That's never happened to me before. All right, bench cam face, adjust camera. Okay, we're going to go, yeah, that'll do.
That is screwed in.
Transition.
That needs one of them on there.
Okay, right. Ba-da-ba. Are we going to turn this thing on tonight? Yes.
Maybe. Oh, that's
I think so.
not straight.
Will a piezo not work? What's a piezo?
The people who make Pathfinder?
It's true. I think everyone needs another cider. I would, but I'm not feeling it. It's because I'm on an empty stomach. Like I had a small lunch and yeah, drinking on an empty stomach. The first one is fun because I get drunk very quickly, but after that I'm just like, now it's just an empty stomach full of cider and that's not a good feeling. They had a packet of crisps, stop lying. A packet of crisps does not fill you up, JD. Do you have any good takeaways? Yeah, we'll do that afterwards though. We're not going to, like, otherwise we've got to stop the stream in order to have a takeaway, which is also not an option. So,
I mean,
yeah.
It allows us to insert a continuous stream of adverts.
Yeah, no.
Monetization options.
No, I'm gonna get a Chinese after this. I've been having a Chinese on Saturday nights recently, which is a bad and expensive habit to be in, but I'm very partial to chicken in orange sauce at the moment. So yes.
Ah!
Oh, you're right there.
I opened the cutters and this flew out. I was just like, oh, hello.
Oh yes, a little circle of pipe.
Come here, you fiend.
Also, it goes without saying, but oh yeah, yep, everything is.
Looks
Yep.
we're going in.
Yep, I'm just checking
In there.
Yep.
Out there. Into the in.
Yes.
Out of the out. Into there.
I'm
yes.
just double checking that you're putting the rings on each hose as you plug it in, just because 3.5 hours deep into the stream is the time when we start making mistakes. So I'm going to try and head things off at the pass.
I think that roughly works. I use this.
good. It's coming together. Like already, now you're starting to put in new hosing. It's actually starting to look nice.
Yeah. Oh.
Got the water, don't forget, if you need some heating assistance. Although if we dip any of the hoses, we'd have to go upright, but that's still an option.
Good. There you go. Oh, before I forget.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Where did the little hex bit go?
The hex bit.
Oh, did you put it up? Cool.
Don't forget to plug all other ports on the water block, Caradog.
Exactly. So I'm doing it now.
It would be very funny if we did all of this, started filling it, switched on the pump, and it just starts going blob, 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 blob out of just an open port, and we're like, oh! Because this is why I'm peering in going, have you done X? Because, like, it's not that I don't trust you, but also it's, again, with 3.5 hours deep into a stream, we've got the streamer brain, and just, yeah, this is the time when you start just missing really obvious things because you're tired. And by you, I mean we.
Yes.
JE says, I bought a Peking duck kit from Aldi today. Delicious, but you forgot to buy the cucumber. Oh, you can't have crispy duck without cucumber. Crimes.
Cucumber. Cucumber.
I like crispy duck, but it's very expensive and it doesn't fill me up for long. Whereas, just like, the reason why I like chicken in orange at the moment is you can get chicken in orange sauce and you can get chicken in orange sauce and egg fried rice for like 12 quid. And that is a plate full of food. I can just about finish it. And like, it's not bad going as far as takeaways go, I think. Water straight into the gamer PCU. Am I a brekkie lunch and evening meal? No, I'm a 2 meals a day guy. I skip breakfast. Broadly speaking, I skip breakfast and I have an early lunch. Like, I have lunch at like 12 o'clock, 12:30. And I have a decent lunch most of the time. Today I had just a Tesco lunch, so just a pasta pot thing, which is why I'm running on empty at the moment, because that's basically all I've eaten today to all intent and purpose. But usually at lunchtime I'll have like a plate of sandwiches or toasted sandwiches and stuff. So yeah, and then I'll have a proper dinner.
We are going vertical.
All right, we're going vertical, folks. Switching to face cam while I adjust the camera.
Is that possible? Kind of. That'd be hilariously awful.
Right. Studio mode. Alright, this is fine. I'm working with what I got. Shazam!
So you make the tubing disappear, right?
Look, I haven't. I'm a spectator
doesn't
in
quite
this.
fit.
Oh, I see what you were trying to do. Yeah, I was going to say I'm a
Just down
spectator.
there, just like you make it disappear, right?
I was going to say I'm a spectator in this. I'm trying to sell this stream to the audience right now. So I was just like, it's great. We're going to make this tube disappear. That's what all this waiting is for. This is what the hour of Caradog fumbling was really about, is to make this hose disappear. Need a dedicated cameraman for this.
I thought that's what you said you were.
Yes, but also no. Look at me using studio mode like a pro. Those fans look like they've sat in a smoker's room for 5 years. How dare you? These are the finest.
Oh, them.
They're Noctuas. That's their normal colour.
Yeah, they're grey.
Yeah. Oh, the front fans are looking very brownish in the colour temperature, which is why.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's weird colour temperature. You going for food? Have fun, pros. Shut up, C-Tech. Thanks, though. See you soon.
C-Tech.
C-Tech. Let's brighten that up a tad.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
Right, it looks like we're making quick progress now. It's all coming together. Are we there yet? We're almost there, Dave. We're on the bit where it's literally just hose connect, like, yeah. We're almost there. I think the result is, like, unironically, I think this result is going to be worth it. I think this is actually going to look smart. I think it has been a bit of a trek, but I think, like, about 2 hours ago, we had a loop that theoretically would work, but just didn't look particularly good. And it was a bit like, well, I guess we did it. But I actually think we're going to end up with a decent result here. I've got faith. Have I got a decent Chinese next by me? I do. There's actually one at the end of my street where I live, which is where I often go, and they do decent stuff.
Why? What is wrong with you? There we go.
I'm going to see if I can just gimbal the camera around.
There you go. That's connected, that's connected, that's connected, that's connected. This isn't quite...
Oh, yep. The GPU's connected to the pump
connected.
outlet. The pump inlet is connected to the radiator outlet. The radiator's connected. The radiator inlet's connected to the CPU block. This joke's falling apart, much like the stream, but we're there.
Much like my life.
Look, I'm getting it back together again.
We're getting the band back together.
All right, two questions. Where's the drain port and where are you filling from? We're not using a drain port because it's soft tubing. So the drain port is you unplug the GPU and go into a bucket. And filling is going to be a funnel into the top of the res.
Yeah, I'm not going to fit this.
No?
Just yet.
Oh, right. You're going open for filling. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were just going to leave it open. I'm like, are you sure? You know.
Yeah. I'll get it so we've got some water going into the system. I think. I don't know. It might be difficult, so I might actually try and seal it up and see what we can do with funnels. Oh yeah, we've actually got a reasonable amount of gap.
Yeah. Here's hoping that thread ends at a favourable angle, which it hasn't, but I think we'll be all right. I mean, worst is we just have to pipette fill it using like the pipette bottle. We don't have a huge amount of volume of liquid going into here. Yeah, I've got all the usual takeaways around me. I'm on the high street, so it's, you know, it's all around.
Fine.
Ken, what are you talking about? It looks like you're just copy-pasting product descriptions into chat at the moment. Looking good. You wish you could build one like this. Well, as you can see, it's been a struggle. But this is like, as much as this has been rather dry content, this is also just the reality of figuring stuff like this out, is spending an hour trying to get hoses into place. Granted, we should have taken the radiator out early, but also, I guess, it's taken us a while, but we've all learnt a lot today, which is instead of fumbling it with it, take the rad out. But man, I've made this mistake on many occasions, so yeah. McTony Ward says, I live in a tiny town and we've got like 4 Chineses, 4 kebab houses, 3 or 4 cafes and 3 chippies. That's one thing that's kind of always guaranteed in a town. I don't think there's any towns that just don't have any takeaways. But yeah. The chip that freezes. I mean, yeah, okay, sure. Liam in Wales says, tempted to get the new Arctic AIO. As close as I'll ever get to full water cooling. The Liquid Freezer 3 is great. I've never been a massive fan of the Liquid Freezer. It's got great performance and value for money. It just doesn't look very nice. And I feel like the Liquid Freezer 3 has solved my problem with it, which is just the looks. And yeah, that's a very shallow thing to be worried about, is looks, but I like my computer to look pretty. And the Liquid Freezer 3 looks great. Like with a lot of Arctic products, installation is a little bit fiddly, but like the performance is great, and yeah, it looks awesome. If I were replacing my AIO tomorrow, I would probably get a Liquid Freezer 3. I'm super into it. It's the chip that goes cold on one side and heat on the other side. Yeah, that's how a thermoelectric cooler works, but thermoelectric coolers don't make sense for computer cooling. You have to dump ridiculous amounts of electricity in them for them to do their job. I'm going to switch off that camera angle for a sec. You've got to dump in ridiculous amounts of electricity. There are just better ways of cooling, basically. Yeah, there's almost no instance where thermoelectric coolers actually work in a practical sense.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, bringing the camera around. Oh, can't do that angle. Pow. Any interesting jobs through the week? Same old at the moment. Most interesting thing that happened recently was I've got an Asus laptop that went through that had a big old liquid metal spill in it. That got cleaned up. Unfortunately, I wasn't videoing it, which I'm kind of sad about. I did record another MacBook repair this week, which was it was another bad capacitor on the USB port on the right I/O board. Yeah, I kind of made a bit of a long job of fixing that, but it was a good from the beginning diagnosis of identifying that fault. So I'm quite excited about that. That's it. I don't know when that one's going to be out though, probably a week or two at least, because this week is the April Fool's video. Then next week, if I can get it done, I need to get the GK2 review out. So it's probably going to be a couple of weeks for that. But yeah, there's stuff in the pipeline at the moment, which is good. I haven't done much about selling PCs from the test bench yet, but that's because from the demo bench. But also, I want to respec those PCs.
That's really annoying.
Yeah. Pipette bottle. Sure, it'll take ages, but, you know.
Which one did we cut the end off of?
This one.
Ah, good.
This one has had an end cut.
Good.
So it will take slightly less than a year and a day. Okay. Right. Are we going to tap water or are we going to full send? I find it very tempting to say...
Ah. Oh no. Where did the connector of that go? There. Right, where is my temperature sensor?
Let's see. Mike Jones says he was playing with a thermoelectric stuff that you salvaged from a humidifier. You rub one side, you get a positive voltage. You rub the other, you get a negative. Was trying to rub both sides rhythmically to get AC. I see. Weird. No paper towels for leak protection. We haven't started filling yet. We have got paper towels on hand, but we're not quite there. We're currently just plugging in the thermal sensor that we've got on the pump, and then I think we're going to start filling.
I'm just going to stuff that down there for now.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if this is the sensor port.
So yeah, are we going full send with the coolant, or do you want to do a test fill?
No, I'm going to do a test.
Fair enough.
All
right, I will grab the tap water.
There they are.
And I'm going to pre-fill your bottle.
Indeed.
And I'm going to do that over a bucket. All right, we're getting ready to fill, folks. The dream is real. Wait, that's the alcohol.
You want the one that has tap written on it.
Where did you put it? You did bring in tap water. I remember
Yeah,
seeing
there.
you doing it. Oh yeah,
It's the one that says
it's
tap.
the one that's got tap written on it. Yeah. 3:42. Okay, we haven't hit the 4-hour marker yet, so we're not into true criminal territory. If we can stay under the 4-hour marker, we're okay. Nary a drop was spilled. Oop. Deionize is better. It is. This isn't permanent though. We're doing a test fill with tap water to check for leaks, and then we're going to then it'll get a drain and refill with proper coolant.
There you go.
Oops. Pardon me. Right.
Please may I have a power supply?
You may stand
With
by.
the Molex.
Power supply with Molex. Yep, that'll do. Power supply. Power supply with Molex. Ew, Molex. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what Caradog said just before we went live. Okay. That. And that is off. Okay, right. Paper towels. And I'm just going to get a towel, an actual towel as well. And there is a actual towel for disasters. Cool. Right. Can we shimmy toward?
Yeah.
There we go. That just backs us away from the camera a bit so we can get an easier angle.
Where's the tap water?
Tap water. We'll hold.
Okay.
Compromising positions. Chemistry.
Can be my wingman any day.
Bullshit. You can be mine.
Yeah.
Highway to the danger. Okay, right. Camera angle looks good.
Are you
Pump's
ready?
a little bit wonky, but I don't know. Are you ready? I can't do anything from over here, so if anything happens...
Oops. Ah! We dribbled.
at least it's on a non-important area. So this fill doesn't need to be perfect, we just need to leak test. And because we're going to drain and refill with real coolant, we don't really care about air bubbles, although we do need to get the major bubbles out so it's actually circulating. And this is going to be tough to do, although we, yeah, because we can't turn the radiator over or anything, but we'll see. That pump is doing a pretty good job of pushing the water through, though. Why are the tubes crossing on the CPU? The CPU block is directional, so the left-hand port is the inlet, and we are going out of the pump into the GPU, into the CPU, into the radiator. So we're going up. We're going clockwise on screen. In this type of system, how much pressure is there inside the line? Not much. You know, like there's enough. The pump will generate enough head pressure to actually push the water anti-clockwise through this system once the air is out. Although at the moment it's trying to push air through the system, which is difficult. But there's not a huge amount of water pressure. Water components are actually good for a surprisingly high pressure level, though. Right, we're going for a tip. Ah, there we go. We just started getting a trickle through. It's working. Well, almost anyway. I think it's going to need a side-to-side tip, maybe. Do you need more water?
I will do.
I'm ready.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to steal your bottle while you go for a tip.
There you go.
I shall refill you. Yeah, the pumps are always loud when there's air in the system. The moment the air comes out, it'll suddenly go quiet. Oh, God damn. That's the second time I've done that. That's the second time I've squeezed it slightly and it's gone wah all over me. Okay. Where's Spud Nugget lately? He's around. He doesn't drop by the streams that often, but he's around in the Discord. How much tube costs? Negligible. Tube is really cheap. It's the water blocks. The water blocks are the lethal bit when building a custom loop setup. Wow, that airlock doesn't want to shift, does it?
No.
Someone just... I'm just going to double check, and no, we don't have a kink in the tube. There is a massive air bubble in that tube, but yeah, the rad's not clearing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're easing the pump out so we can move the pump around, because sometimes lifting the pump just so it needs a bit less head pressure can help.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna.
Power
Can
off.
you pull that out for me?
Yep. Just going to tip slightly just to clear a cable. There we go. All right.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but not a massive problem. Oop.
What's occurring?
Oh no, just because I put the tack cable
Oh, okay, yeah.
in, I was just like, that needs to
Alright.
come out, but that is not a problem.
Oh. Good job. Is that fine? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And off because we're out of water. Yeah, we're fine, guys. Don't worry about it. It didn't go
Turn
in
it
the power.
on.
It didn't go in the power supply. It went on the bottom of the case. Need more water? Are the Arctic AIOs the best bang for buck? Definitely, by far and away. I do not understand how the liquid freezer is so cheap. It defies belief compared to all other products on the market, basically.
Will you clear up?
Yeah, this is really stubborn.
Weird. Fine.
Yeah, I think you'll
I'm
have
going
to
to-
put the pump back in and then start tipping the case around again.
I'm going to place that something like that. I'm just going to go wipey.
Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, we've got a little bit of flow, but once at some point we'll get it at just the right angle that it will actually push the airlock out of the radiator, and suddenly it will just start going sploosh straight through. And that's when it'll suddenly make sense. But that airlock in the rad is being really stubborn at the moment.
How bizarre.
Yeah, I think it might need to like tip this way, almost flat on the bench. Do you need more water?
Can you turn it off?
Off. Are we going for the siphon? This is a very technical maneuver. Nom 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 nom. Expensive bong.
There you go. Right, if you now turn that back on.
Power on. Oh, it's close. The air bubble in the hose behind the radiator is there, but it's almost It's moving. It's coming. I think you're about to grab it. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
There you go. That's most of the way there. If we can, whilst I hold this, can you twist the case to lift the pump up? So that way.
Okay. Yep.
So front
Tipping
upwards.
back to front up toward me.
Yeah.
Say when.
Has that got that bubble?
There
we go. I've got that little bit.
Yeah. There's nothing behind the rad.
Cool. That's it. Mostly sorted then.
It's still dribbling though. So there's something.
Yeah.
There's another airlock in there somewhere.
Yeah.
There must be. Oh, there's more air coming out the rad at the moment. Yeah, there's another airlock still in the rad.
Oh, this is very annoying.
Yeah. When we did the bench loop a couple of weeks, on the overclocking stream, it was a dream, wasn't it? And we were like,
Yeah.
there we go, we've gotten good. And now this time, this one just doesn't want to shift.
Oops.
Right, tell me where you want it to go.
If you go back up.
Back up.
Where are you actually stuck?
Yeah. What if I just go back up, front up, just to try and push
Yeah.
it through the rad? Going front up again. And then coming down again. And I'm going to just go sideways just for
Yeah.
a change.
This is
And
being
coming toward you.
incredibly stubborn.
Some more air's just come out from the rad. Is that pushing through? Oh my days! Yeah, we're getting there. Stop, start again, maybe. Yeah. Oh, that looks good. There we go. There we go. That's the moment we needed. Okay. Right.
Oh, bugger it, I'll just use my thumb. Could you,
Off. Yep.
yeah, turn it off and on again? Right, and then back on.
On.
There you go. Can you put some more in there?
Oh, and then it was quiet. There you go, folks. That's the moment. That's when suddenly you're like, there we go. We've got it. That's it. That's the airlock.
No! Fuck.
And then Caradog fucked it up.
This res is too small.
Yeah, that's why we had such an easy time the last time. We had that massive res,
Yeah.
which just gave the pump a shit ton of head pressure.
Do you want to stop every time you fill it? Just
Oh, I see, yeah. No, I refuse. All right. Good. Right, we've got all that air out, and yeah, now we've got to drain it for the thing. But
we are
however,
slightly too full.
yes. But the system is not leaking.
There you go.
So, are we going to drain and
Yeah.
send it now then?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
Cool.
Okay, good. Right. So the next refill will be less awful because we're going to drain the system, but there'll be stuff left in the radiator, which should mean that we just have less mass to fill on the subsequent refill.
Yeah.
And that also means that the coolant is slightly diluted, but like that's not a problem. So I'm just going to move this flask of water out of the way as well. Right. Okay, what do you need? Power off and bucket.
Yeah.
Power off.
Basically.
This is a bucket. Cables free.
If you want to twist the case for me so the effectively
Facing
right hand
you?
side is towards me. Yeah. Just so I can then
Cool.
go.
Right.
Oh, my fitting.
Alright, so now we basically disconnect the pump and just basically let all the fluid just go into the bucket.
Fine, whatever.
And sometimes you don't need to be scientific about that.
There you go.
Professional. Alright.
There you go.
I've got it.
Cool. Lovely job.
Okay, right. If you want to, oh yeah, I'll just pat everything dry for a sec.
Yeah, right.
Keep things under control.
Given we're out to the side, given I'm just going to do it out to the side and we'll mount the pump up afterwards, I will just stick the funnel in the top.
Very well. Cool. All right.
Did you grab the bottles?
Yes, they are
coolant?
on the shelves behind me.
Ah, yes, so they are. Fancy that. That one's sealed.
Cool. All right. There we go.
This one is open. Excellent. I now have it.
Tea towel sponsored by Tesco Local.
If you insert the Molex,
Got it. All right. Right. Say when.
when
On. Alright, so this is the Corsair XL5 coolant going in now. And this should be a quick and easy fill because we haven't done a full drain, so it's kind of diluted slightly, but it's fine. We've got mostly coolant in there, so the extra water isn't going to be too bad. Like, because that's tap water, it's not ideal, but like, water cooling needs maintenance, and this is something that can be resolved at a later date with just a drain and refill.
Please, would you turn it off? Where is that water coming from?
Pump just need tightening slightly because it did come off earlier on.
Oh,
so.
I think the sensor was ever so slightly loose.
Ah, fine. Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
All right. On.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Is this rectifiable?
If we hold it all up, sure. I know we're not getting a great view at the moment. Whoop. The camera won't go up and to the right because of the angles. This is fine.
Right, we're going to lose some fluid.
Yeah, okay.
If I...
Do you want me to pull the hose off? Because then I can just take it off and put my thumb over it.
Yeah, sure. There we go. Right, I now need to...
Yeah.
I take that.
Right, I'm going to risk taking my thumb off
second,
so I can...
1 second.
All right, yep. Extracting some fluid because we're a little bit over full at the moment.
There we go. Cool. If you now...
Right.
If you take your thumb off, I'll slide that over.
Yeah, there we go. We've only had a little bit of air ingress there, so that should just pump straight out again. I'm holding the pump.
There you go. Right, the pump is going that way, and the tube needs to go on that way. Right.
Okay.
If we can
got it?
migrate over this
Cool.
way, I can then stick that on, do that up. Ah!
Right, so I pulse the power just to push that air through.
Yes.
Power on.
There we go.
Cool.
Good. Yeah, fine. Lovely job. Oh.
I'll refill for you.
Just because we're at that annoying point where there's...
There we go.
Look at that, you did it!
Just
Can you turn the pump off?
off.
Well,
That looks like that needs on.
I was going to say, yeah, but it's all of just the air in here. That It's just pumping it around again. So we have to wait for that to settle for a minute.
Yeah. Now it's got glycol in it. The air bubbles are a little bit harder to shift because it's not goopy, but the glycol is sticky.
Yeah,
so
if
the
you
air
turn it
doesn't
back on.
the air doesn't buzz around as much. So the problem with the setup we have is because this has got a fairly small reservoir in it, we get this turbulent stream of bubbles, which the pump will just continually draw in and pump through again. So it's very difficult to actually bleed air out of this setup. When we were doing the other build on the overclocking stream, we had a big tall reservoir, and we didn't have any of this problem because we had a big mass of water to get the air out of. With this, we have no mitigation for that. So the only real solution is time, basically. We're not going to be able to get this air free on stream. This is going to take a while. But with, I think we basically need to make sure that there's just enough fluid in the system, and then once it has a car journey home that just bumps it all around and it gets several power cycles over days and weeks, it'll eventually get the air out.
Yeah, if you turn that off.
This is going to take time though.
No, okay, turn it back on. No, you bastard.
It's making, what's the word?
Vortex.
Vortex, yeah, it's making vortexes.
Turn it off again for me.
We're getting a vortex in the reservoir, so it's making a whirlpool that just pulls air down into the pump.
Yeah. Right, if you go again.
Right, trying to catch up on chat as well. Mini whirlpool in the PC. It sounds cool, but it's bloody annoying for what we're trying to do at the moment.
Oops. Right, if you turn that off.
Off.
Yeah, and then go back on.
On.
Yeah, it's most of the way there now.
Yeah. So the way that Caradog is dealing with this is just with some tactical tipping and sealing and releasing pressure, just to get the air through and then release it.
Right, if you turn it
off.
Hold on, off again.
Ah.
No, that didn't quite work. Okay.
No.
Can you tip it on its side again for me? So this side up, like that.
Away from you.
Yeah.
Yep. Going all the way down, or?
Yeah.
Right, watch out, you got drips.
I'm twisting over that way.
Okay, we're down.
Cool. If you now turn it on again.
Yeah, where did that drip go? Must have landed on the back of the case if it's not.
I think it went there.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Cool. It's so close.
Right, if you turn that
Right, yeah.
off.
If you tip it up as I do that so it doesn't pull the air through the hose.
There we go.
Okay, off.
Yeah, I think we're basically done.
Yeah.
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
we're
think.
basically done.
Yeah,
Which is all I wanted to basically.
I was just going to say, I
confirm.
don't think we can do any more without actually fitting for real at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to bung that up.
Yeah. Yeah.
We undo the
is-
cables and stuff.
There is still air in the system, but like we're going round in circles here at this point. We may as well actually just put it all in for real, and then that's just on-off cycles, and it will eventually get it out. All right.
Okay.
Unplug cables. Yes.
Yep.
Unplugged.
Cool. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, if we go back upright.
Upright.
Yeah.
Upright. Okay. I'm going to adjust the camera to something useful.
Where did the rubber mount fall? Yeah, it's in the towel. Ah, that's
Right. Bear with me, guys. I'm just adjusting camera. Whoop.
okay.
There we go. That's better. All right. Phew. Ba, ba, ba. What time does the Chinese close? Oh, not until late.
That will do for a second.
Okay, right. A little bit of damage control. Right, you're out of here. Yeah, no problem. We're about finished here. We literally just need to put the pump in and then we go, it's done. So this has been, it's been a tough esports moment, but I think we're about there. I'm not going to deal with that. Oh, that looked like that slotted in quite nicely, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. I'm going to chase puddles off of the bench.
Ah.
Ah. All right.
Be gone. There we go.
Got it.
Okay, right. All we need to do now is plug the SSD back in,
Yeah, I need power to the graphics card as well.
plug the pump in, work out where the power supply cables have gone for the graphics card. Right, that's that chain for that. What are these? Ah, that's that.
What are those? Okay. The
Squish.
dream is real. And we did it all
Squish.
in less than 2 hours.
Squish.
Don't look at the runtime. Pay no attention to that. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone.
We've been live for 15 minutes.
Yep. All right. 200 watching. Are there really still 200 people here? Thank you, everyone. I'm glad that this has been mildly interesting. This has been a struggle. Oh, that's a little bit hideous.
There we go. Right, where's this power one? There. The Molex is there.
I'm going to try and go for a fettle. Right, we're just doing that last moment where just suddenly we put all the cables in position for realsies. That one's a zip tie, but it'll do for now. What's this bit? Oh, that's pump. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, pump tack.
Right. Right, what have we got? Chassis fan. I'm going to run that to chassis fan because it's the nearest one. The rad fans are going to CPU fan.
Yeah, and then there should be CPU opt right next to it.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you don't want to run your pump and fans on the same channel.
Does it count as the same one?
I would imagine so.
Fair.
Yeah. I'll put them on separates just because I'm not sure. So yeah, it'll be very annoying if you find that your fan and pump are on the same fan control channel. All right. That is perpendicular. Yeah, that's not bad. Perfection is even more time consuming than what we've made this out to be.
Okay, that'll do quite nicely.
Okay, right. I'm going to turn it round. Yeah. Ta-da! There we go, everyone. We did it. Sai, it's a week later. Welcome to the start of the show. The fappage was kept to a minimum. Sobs internally. Okay. Right, power to the graphics card. Is that
Indeed.
attainable?
Yeah, I have no idea where it is. Let's find out.
I see.
No, but like seriously.
Ah, there you are. I was
Oh,
like,
okay.
I had you. Where were you?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, are there actually modular cables there? Did you take them out? But does it boot? That's what we're about to discover. What are the temps? We don't have time. The temps are low. The temps will be yes. We are out of time. We're going to get this post and then we're going to stop because we're coming up to 4.5 hours, and I'm ready to be gone. So yeah. However, we've done it though. We have gotten there. It's a bit suckage when you run massively over time, but if you get the job done, it's okay.
There you go.
Does it OC? It will. So yes.
Double check. That is in. Good.
Right. Yep, that monitor has power. HDMI. Mouse and keyboard is behind you. Power. Dosh.
How did you end up like this?
Dosh, who did this to you? All right. I'll let you turn it on. All right. Sounding good. Confidence is high. And we're booting.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds pretty good. I'm not hearing air. There is air in the loop because there's, you know, micro bubbles on the insides of the tubes and stuff, but that sounds great. Lovely. Fizzy bubbles. They are a little bit. Wah. There we go, everyone. Right. We've booted into Windows, and yeah, we're gonna have some temperatures. Although, I mean, yeah, okay, we can give it a quick blast, I suppose, and just see what it does. We can't give it long stress tests or anything, but yeah. Have you got like Cinebench or something here?
The GPU is not on fire.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
The CPU is not on fire. This is designed for a above 4K screen. There we go.
All right. Yeah, do you want to throw a load at it just to make the temperatures go up so we can tell the people what the temperatures are?
Whoop, 1 second. Oh, look! It even says 50th anniversary and hardware info. These are the important parts.
Exactly.
Oops.
I love it when my GPU name is this long. All right, there we go. I'm not setting up capture. I refuse. So we're gonna run Cinebench, and we're gonna say it's this much under load, and then I'm going home. And by going home, I mean I'm going to have Caradog drive me home. Damn, 5950X still go burr. And wow, that the CPU temperature isn't changing under load. It was idling at 22 and it's still 22. Huh. Wow, okay then. I mean, obviously we would need like a GPU load as well to actually put some heat into the system, but it's actually not budging, which is kind of neat. And if you want some numbers, the Cinebench is 25,450.
Yeah.
Did the CPU temperature actually not change? Oh, it went to 23. Oh, that's
No,
GPU.
yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, it went
Okay.
up to 58 from an idle of
Right.
32.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at the GPU temperature. That's why I was confused. I was like, how is that possible? Yeah, okay. So we got a peak of 58 on the CPU.
Yeah.
And like that's not like incredible, but also this EK block is not incredible either. So yes.
However, ta-da!
Yeah, that is functional. All right. Well, Caradog is going to test this during the week, and we'll catch up on this next week in that case.
Yeah.
But we would do more testing, and I would be really interested to do more testing, but also we are at 4.5 hours, and I wish to go home. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. Yeah, Stephen says, great stream, guys, learnt a lot. Thanks a lot. I hope you guys did find that interesting. And yeah, we'll tell you all how it goes. So yes, at least it hasn't just, I was expecting it to pull in a little bit of air and we'd have that airstream going around it just then, but it didn't. So
Yeah.
that's actually a pretty good result. I think in that last minute there, you actually sealed it up pretty good.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
Right.
did some wobbling and so on, and seems to have sorted itself out.
Yeah, tactical wobbling. Right. Right. I've enjoyed this conversation in English.
I too have enjoyed this and conversing in English.
Yeah. Can you turn it on? We did. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll see you next week with something else.
Indeed.
And thank you everyone for sticking around. Today was a bit of a mission, and but yeah, it got done though. It's a struggle. Sometimes a struggle is horrendous, but it is all worthwhile if you actually get it done in the end. And I feel like we've got it all done. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll see you next time. Next week with something else. I've just switched over to YouTube Studio, and because it was minimized, the chat is going, So yeah. Right, thank you everyone. I'm ending the stream. See you all soon. Bye for now. See ya.
Goodbye.